What's going on, everybody? How is everybody doing today? What's up, Johnny? What's up, Aaron? Sergeant Chaos, how are ya? How are ya? How are ya? How are ya? Alright, guys, let me read our chat really quick. Good to see you here for stream there, Chaos. Nice, nice, nice. Let me see. Double expansion steam piston. Nice, nice. Well, that's good. Yep. I have 5,000 hours and I'm still learning stuff, so I never know it all. All right, so we're going to start off by working on that amphib truck. I kind of want to get that done to the point where we can do some stuff with it in the career build series. So it's getting close. I did a couple fixes last night. Got the electrical system up and running, so that's good. Let me just double check that, make sure that's hooked up. Yep, that looks good. Like I got all the electrical done. Well, that's good. Good to hear it there, Sergeant. Let's go ahead. I'm going to spawn this in. I'll show you what I did. I didn't do too much. I just hooked up the electricity, kind of segregated the systems a little bit, fixed some issues, a couple errors or misdone connections in the microcontrollers, controllers. And let's get in here, and we will kind of show you what I did. So it's coming along. Let's see, where are we at here? So starter up, we have directionals. Left is number 1, 2, right directional. As you can see, we get sides and fronts. Push those fronts up a little bit so you can see them a little bit better. 3 is hazards. So that's screwed up unless if I have one of the blinkers on, I have to fix that so that they cannot come on. So I'll do that later. Let's see, what else do we need to do here? Did I do 6 to start the engine? I did not. Okay, good. Let's see, what was nav lights? 4 maybe? No. 5? No. 6? No. Okay, so I need to check out my nav lights. Thought I did those. Let's do that really quick. I hooked them to the seat, so I don't know what it is. 3. 3 is hazards, so that's not what I want. 3 is going to be... Nah, did I change hazards to here? I changed hazards to there, I think. So let me check them. Yeah, so I changed hazards to there. I think I'm going to keep hazard on the seat, and we'll change this to nav lights. Nav lights. Okay. Let's do this. Nav lights will come on automatically when we go in the water. How about that? I don't like too much automated, but that's kind of cool. Let's see, where you at there, guy? I think we have lighting is mostly done. I think we have a water sensor here, maybe. I'm not 100%. Yep, so this should be able to do it. So let's look in here. So all you do is a meter for your water sensor. If the meter is out of a liquid, it's going to read either negative or 0, generally negative, and then when it goes into a liquid, it'll read a positive, so it works as a water sensor. So use those for seaplanes and a bunch of stuff. Do I have water sensor? It'll be quicker to look through here. I'm going to hunt. FPS, RPM, star fuel battery, water sensor, yep. So would be cool if they had a search feature that I could search and it would show me where the block is. So there's water sensor right there. And so what we'll do here is we need nav lights. I don't think I have them there. Add them on. Let's do output nav lights. Nav. Okay. And so if this is... So if the water sensor is reading greater than 0, nav lights will pop on. That is nice. Those with the other lights like so. Alright, good. So we'll update that. Then we'll go out. Nav lights. Alright, so we have our 2 up front here. And we have the stern light. Nice. So that should throw our nav lights on when I jump in the water. Nope, not a mechanic. I was degrees in aeronautical science. I was an airline pilot, track trailer driver, and I would like to get back into flying, perhaps. We'll see. So that would be nice. Let's see, what else do we need? Where did my spots go? That is the question. Okay, spots are where they belong. Let's do this. So I'll show you spots. I worked on my spots last night too while I was playing BattleBit with my brother. Get in the old... Come on, get in there, you. Get. Having the handle like this is kind of a pain, but it generally works. Okay. Doesn't want to work for me right this moment. Oh, come on. Grab it. There we go. Alright, there we go. Better technique to get in there. Alright, so I want to press on the... So the nav light's going to be when we hit the water. So we have spotlights. And let's go night. Just going to turn the volume up just a little bit there. Let me know if the music's too loud. Parking brake's on, so that's not going to let us move. So spotlights are not... Are they on? Let's see. See, I'm curious about this. I wonder if anyone else had this issue. So, the up-down key on the seat is 4. It is number 4. You know, a numerical readout 4. 4 is the Boolean. If I press 4, it is also working my gear ratios, which I certainly do not want. So, let's see. Check on 3 as hazards. Okay, so 3 is working the spot, so if we look there, I have seat control spot. So the spot is controlled by my look on the seat, so I can look up and down and left, right with the spot. That's the center 2, and then the outside stays stationary. So, you know, I can, as I turn my head, you'll notice the spotlights move with me. So this is just spotlights, and then if I turn on headlights, so I go first click of headlights gives me my headlights. Second click is high beams, and third click is off. I need to do interior lights, but we should see the nav lights. Oh, no. I have the back door open, but whatever. Okay, nav lights have come on. Good. So it's not going to like that with the back door open. The back door should close automatically. I didn't check that. I should have checked that. But those nav lights are coming on. I'm trying to think what I want to do here. I need to work on this because the seat is... This seat 4 control here is... It's controlling my gearbox, and I've never had that issue, I don't think. So I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, see, this is up, down, is that. So it's probably because it's converted into a Boolean, I'm not sure. And then this is annoying. That's screwing with my gear ratios. Hazards toggle. So what I'll do is this, hazards toggle. We'll leave that as hazards toggle for the hazards. Alright. And then seat, currently I'm doing seat 3 for the hazards. I don't want to do that. I want to do panel 3. So we'll change that up to panel 3 for that. Alright. And then what I have here is I have a composite switch box for the spotlights. So I can make the spotlights look straight ahead, or I can make them seat look. I don't want to do that. I want to do just... I'm just going to make them go seat look, and then 2 of the spots stay forward anyway, so we'll just do that. I don't need that feature. That's excessive. Alright. Nav lights came on fine. That's all good. How's it going there, Rasmus? What's going on, kid? We'll update that. I'm still curious why Boolean 4 off the seat is giving me a shift on my transmission. Let's look in here. I hear it switching my box when I hit 4. Which it shouldn't be doing. I don't know why it's doing it. Because this is only reading the number off of that to give me a switch here. I don't understand what's doing that. That's the clutch 0 right there. So that's interesting to me why it's doing that. I don't know off the top of my head. That's very strange to me. I'm not sure why it's doing that. So I gotta figure that out. Go in here for a sec. Let's check the pathing here. I really don't want it doing that. So this goes from, okay, so this goes from transmission into here. That's seat. So seat comes in fresh, and then we go from here to there. Yeah, so I don't know why it's doing that. So it should be segregated. I don't know why it's doing it. But whatever. We'll skip that for now. I'm trying to think. I was thinking of putting in a throttle hold mode. That could be something to do. Let's see what else we want to do in here. Let's get some lights in here. So I want to call in the dimmer panel. I did a tutorial on this. Let's save this really quick. I didn't save it, so it's a precautionary save. All right. So the tutorial on this RGB light dimmer, so you can have multiple different colored lights. All right, and these are RGB lights. Not gonna like it there. So one thought is to fake it, put them underneath, and then have it. Let's fake it. I think fake it until we make it. So we get a pretty good bloom out of these lights. So what we can do is put them underneath like so. So that's the cockpit right there. Do I have space? I don't think I have any space in there. I think what I want to do. Yeah. So let's go down one here. That's not going to work like that. We could go over one. Favor the driver's side, maybe. Stick it here for now. Alright, and let's see how bright that is, and then what I'll do is I'll do paintable indicators, and that will look like better lights, and then I can hide more lights in the cabinets back in the rear. So I kind of like that sometimes. I'm not a huge fan of the look of those lights. That's another thing the devs could do, kind of a little bit of eye candy pass, is make it so that we can have, you know, some better looking compact, like, let's say put in paintable indicators that throw a bloom so you can get the same kind of spread of light that a regular one does. I think that would be good. Let's see. Infinite electricity should be on. It is? Okay, good. So it's hard to tell with the light there, but we fly through and see. Okay, yep, that white light is on. Alright. So that's working there. I can't tell the bloom with the lights on in here. I think it's over here. So yeah, that's not great. Could do 2 in the walls maybe. Where I want to put these. I could do it right there. Now that's, what are you? That's 1x4s there, okay. You know, I want it behind the seats so that it's not pumping people in the eyes with light. Actually, it could go there. I thought that was, okay, yeah, it can sit right there. That's fine. We'll go right there. I forgot that that the outline was just shy of that node there. Alright, and we'll go test it again with it in the actual cockpit. I get very particular about how I want these things, so. There we go. So what's the bloom look like? Yeah, bloom looks better. It's more in the cabin. In the cab, it's less, you know, kind of all over the place there. Okay, that's good. Yep, a little bit of backlight there, and then I have red as the secondary color. That'll be good. Alright, so let's go and we'll put a couple more in. We cut here, we can cut right there. That will be one. And I'll probably cut right there. Those will be our two lights in the back. So we'll do our RGBs. And we'll hook up the RGB lights here. And we'll do electricity for all of our lighting. And this will be on, we'll do this on the hot bus, so it'll be on the battery side of the bus. And then, so I segregated a system out here, so we have a breaker in the back. So, for example, when we're using the back of the vehicle, we're not going to have the ignition on for the truck. So say we're going back there to sleep or do whatever, we would shut off the ignition of the truck. And so this battery here will not be used. Then what we'll do is we'll flip this switch, and this would add this battery to the system. So for example, if we're going to go in the back, we'd flip this switch, shut the ignition off, and then if we forgot a light on, we'd only burn down this battery. This one will be still enough to start and recharge. So I don't think I've done any of the control stuff to electricity here. Let's do that. And then this one here, this key switch, that activates the relay. So that has to be separated to the hot side of the bus. And then this here is going to go somewhere in here, so we'll hook it there. Let's look. So I'm thinking overhead, and then I'll stretch a block there, I'm thinking, is what I want to do. And then we'll put a heater in. I usually put the heater on my lighting switch, my lighting panel. I'm kind of seeing how I want to set this overhead panel up. I need to see how it feels, because I either want to go vertical like that, or like that. Or I want to do cubbies above and do nothing there, so I have to kind of decide. Could put this just center under here into the key switch. It's a little low, but we could also do, I think a center console would be kind of nice. Yeah, we do a center console like and start like that. Could also put it on the passenger side here. So maybe passenger side there. I think it's supposed to go like that. Let me make sure. Yep, that's correct orientation. And then I want... Alright, so that is in now, and then probably put a heater on there as well. So we'll go ahead and do that now. Flip switch. And I'll put the heater up here so that it is as far away from the engine as possible. They have huge range, like one heater would pretty much encompass most of this whole area here, so they have a lot of range. Do I want it exposed? I don't know. I kind of like the look of it. I don't know if I want it hidden or not. Sometimes I hide it, sometimes I don't. So I can always flip it up if I don't like it exposed like that. And then this will be off of the hot bus. Sorry, not the hot bus, the cold bus. That's going to go there. And then we need to put in here. Heater. Alright, so that'll be our heater there. Alright, and that can be hidden. So this, I think this is my less full tank here. Yeah, so what do I need? A 3-spot in here? Yeah. Okay. So take this for a second here. So it's starting to get some good features in here. This is getting ready where I can use this. We're actually going doing rescues and stuff, which will be fun. Oh, come on, man. Drag the green one, please. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. Nice, so that works. So we now have lighting in, we have interior lighting, and it is also controlling the heater. So that's a need, especially if we go up north. It's an amphibious, just all vehicle. You know, it's kind of like a little home ship vehicle. It's a truck. It has a kitchen in here. It has beds in here. It has all sorts of stuff. You know, so we can pretty much take this out for long periods of time and do, you know, a fair bit of the rescues. All right. Kind of think of what I want to do in here for seating. Don't need a ton of seating. I can toss a person in the bed. We can do a little, like, a couple fold-down seats here. Like, I don't care about their comfort too much. I can't put a padded seat there. Can't put one right there. I don't know, can I? They go up. I think they go down a little bit too for feet. Nope, they can go there. Alright, put a couple paddeds there. And then we should be good here too. I'll just go like, I can't put it over that, but what I can do is this. Yeah, give me the padded seat, you scumbag. There we go. So there's some place to stuff in some people, so that won't work with the pump. That's fine. So we should be able to set another seat in here. So just some places to kind of throw some of these people down. That won't work with this fluid port, but it might work there. Oh no, it's hitting the ladder, so that's not gonna work. That's fine. That's where the door swings. That's fine. That won't work. Go. All right. So a couple seats in here just to kind of be able to put rescues down. A couple more here. All right, nice. So dash is pretty good as of right now. I think we're pretty good on that. I think if there's any other issues, this needs to go away. That's a 4x2. Let's see. Just down to a 1 space there, and then we're in the wall already. So what do you? You are probably, what is this? That is, cannot be that, but it could be something else. All right. So we could go right here, and we shall. There we go. So I'm trying to think what else I need. So we have nav lights, we have spotlights, we have directionals, headlights. Let me try some logic here. Let's save this really quick. It's this big panel here. Alright, so we have OR button, we have XOR, and NOR. So A NOR B. Let's put a NOR down off the standard blinker numbers. So this will change up to that. So this will go there. So that's fine. Let's go like that. And there. If I can ever do this right, we'll be in great shape here. There we go. Two. I don't want to read note those when I'm, let's try it really quick. I want it to not, I don't want to screw up the timing on the blinkers, so that's the whole reason. Let's just go daylight for now. Okay, so that's not working. That's already got us screwed up. That's not what I want to do. I don't use those much, so I'm trying to think what I need to do. So what's happening is I don't want them to run when... So what I'm doing here is 1 is the left directional, so that should run when 1 is on, and when 3 is on. But I don't want this to work, so I could do an and not. I don't know, man. So I could do this as a this and not that, and then put it into an XOR. Let's do that. I know that will work, and I don't have to screw with it. I just don't want to spend too much time on it. All right. This X and not Y. Okay, and then we'll go into XOR there. Nope. That will go there, and this will go there. Okay. I need to just copy it up. And then we'll go 2, 3. And then that's there, and then 3 is there. Okay, blinked, blanked. So let's see, 1 key, directional. 2 key, directional. 3 should be nothing, then hazards. So I'm going to leave on my left directional, and then I want to go hazards, and I want to make sure they're timed the same. There we go. So that works. So I can leave it on, and it doesn't screw it up, and then if I shut it back on, that directional should still be on. Yep, okay, good. So that worked. Alright, so AAXLX, how's it going? Let me Not too much chat going on there. That's good. Hello, Johnny and Sergeant. Yep, yep. It's the latter. I see what you're saying. Day's going pretty well so far. Good to get back into the building here. Played a little Tarkov earlier today. It's fun. Alright, so lights are in. The blinkers, the directionals are fixed. That's something I want to do. Trying to think what else needs doing here. I think we're getting close to being ready. Something just cosmetic I want to do here. Alright, so let's do this. Cosmetic. Let's save this. It's 4. I can't do 4. I can do... can I do a 1x2 and double it? I don't think I can now. Let's see what this looks like. It's just a decorative item anyway, so it's like not ultra necessary, but I wanted to put cubbies over the top here. Like so. And then I'm trying to decide how I want to set this up here. I could do a 3-banger on that. Or I could just keep it simple and go like this for now. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of digging that. That's not bad. I don't like the gap. Kind of see it, so. Maybe... Yes, that would be like that as a 3-banger. We could probably stretch a 1 to 4. Let's try it. Alright. Alright, let's save this. So we have a... let's see. Mid 1x1 to 1x4. Okay. Grab that and XML edit it to stretch it for us. See if we can get that to look how I want it to look. Alright. So let's see. We are here. Let's go -4. Alright, let's grab that. Let's see where I'm at there. Get one back. Nope, that's... Yeah, I thought it was going to stretch. Needs to stretch odd numbers. I could do a 3-banger on it. Let's do a 3-banger on it. It's usually what happens. You can't stretch an even number. Let's do a 3-banger. So the elusive 1x3 parts people have been looking for. There we go. Alright, nice. So those are in. And that gives us like, it look like overhead cubbies like you have in a lot of these big trucks. Alright, so that's not too bad. I think what else I need. We have backup alarm. We need horns. Let's do that. So, grab a couple of these. So I want a city horn and an air horn. So big trucks, you'll often have a city horn and air horn. The difference being that the city horn is for when you're driving around town, you don't want to be blasting your drums. And when you're, you know, when you're out on the highway and, you know, it's hard for people to hear, you would want to be doing, why can't I put that there? You don't want to be blasting eardrums when you're, you know, in close quarters with people, and you do when you're out on the highway. So that's the one that sticks on. Can't do much about it. And then city horn would be like that. All right. There we go. All right, and so there's our city horn and our air horn. So, let's see. 5 is city horn. Air horn. Okay. They're probably backwards. Okay, that's okay, good. That's the air horn 6. Okay. And then those need electricity. Did I do the electricity back here on that? I did. Okay, good. Did those. Those are all good. Okay. And those go to hot bus. That's pretty good. Let's check some chat. How's it going there, Citrus? What's going on, kid? Let's save this up. Here's my little green screen box. This is my green screen studio for when I need to pull something. Just all greened out so I can get in there and work. Turn the lights on. This makes so I can grab things and composite them into pictures. All right, let's go take this for a little drive here. Let's turn the lights back on in here and see if we need anything. I don't think I have missions turned on in this. Let's do this. Let's save this. Do I have any missions on? I don't know. Let me quickly. We'll spawn it. Check the bed. Don't necessarily need a mission, but kind of just make it a little bit easier if I had go try something, see if we need anything. There we go. All right, we're in. That door should auto shut if we flood. Should is the optimal word. All right, so we have nothing there. We need to hook the battery up. Okay, that's not working right now. So that's electricity on the panel. I never hooked up, so. I was waiting until I put it where I wanted it, and then I forgot to hook it up. Okay, that's good. All right, we'll put this through its paces, and then not too much, just kind of doing some finishing touches on this. There's Citrus. Let's see, lights. That should be in the hot bus. Okay, I hooked it up to the not hot bus. Of course I did. So, what the hell's going on here? Okay. Heater. What? Okay, what the hell's going on here? Something's up. When I turn the heater on, it clicked those on, so. Gotta check something here. Screwed up. Alright, so this panel here should go on the. Should go on the hot bus or not? No, probably not. I did hook it up already, so that was already hooked up. Alright, so that wasn't the issue. My lights should all be connected. Light. This light's there, there. there. That goes down to the not hot bus. That goes to hot bus. Correct, correct. Heater is going to the hot bus because we don't want to burn up the electricity without that. Actually, I don't want it there. I want the heater to be on the hot bus. That's fine. And then, what do I want to do? Check the panel. Why did that screw me up here? So 1, 2, and 4. 1 is the on off. Okay. Why the hell would that do it? That's weird. Make sure everything's configured right. So panel, those are all good. Reading out to RGB there. All right. I don't see any issue at present. Let's make sure I connected them all correctly. So that's heater. That's going to my 3 lights. That's going from that panel. Okay, that has no read back into the panel, so I don't know why that's not running right. Check it, make sure that that is push and not toggle for the number 1 position. Number 1, push, not toggle, okay. 2, push. 3, that would be what? Okay, I never changed the number because it was a none switch. That would do it. Okay. So I want the lights on the hot bus, that way I don't need my power on. So this right here is a breaker for if I'm going to be back here, that gives me the backup battery essentially to run everything. And then I need the ignition on for some of the systems. So let's try city horn and air horn. Alright, there we go. Heater. Heater's on, nice. Lights, white lights. We can dim them. We can brighten them up. We can turn them red. We can dim and brighten the reds. One more click is off. Nice. Okay, so that's going. Good. Engine's on. Park brake off. I need to change that dial to be about 416. I probably want to down gear this. This is on the fast side, but then I'd have to up gear my propeller. So that's something I have to think about. Alright, and the nav lights popped on. It will come back up to the surface unless I punched a hole in there that I didn't see. Looks like I punched a hole somewhere. Yep. As you can see, we're flooded out pretty badly, so I put a hole somewhere in there. Let's find it. Where are you, hole? Accidentally delete something I needed. How did I put a hole in this sucker? Do not see a hole right now. Well, we put a hole in this sucker. So it was wet up here. So it was wet up here. It's something in the front was leaking. Now I had this back door open too. So what is that? Right here, right here. What did I even? Oh, I put this breaker there. That would do it. Okay. So the breaker did it when I put the breaker in. Okay. I cut a hole to put the breaker in, and then it was behind here. I didn't see it. So that would make perfect sense. Okay. Oh, come on, man. Let me get to this panel. There we go. All right. Parking brakes on. WS seat sensitivity might be a little bit high too. Clutch is a little bit fast, so These are all things I can change. I might down gear it a little bit and up gear the propeller. This thing goes 91 miles an hour. I don't know if I want it that fast. It sounds too much like a race car and not enough like a truck as it is. Alright, so here we go in the water. I want to test some things here, so let's go make sure infant electricity is off. We should be good to produce our own electricity, so I need to keep an eye on that electricity. Turn the hazards on. Let's get in the seat here. Why can't I turn my hazards on? This must have disconnected the electricity there. I must have screwed up the electricity there. So this is going to have problems because I just hit the parking brake, so. And we're in like 5th gear, so. Alright, there we go. That's rolling. Let's check, make sure this door auto closes if water gets in here. So that just door, yep, see, auto closes as soon as any water gets in there. And then if we read this fluid meter here, you can see we have a fraction of water in there. It probably ran out as the door was closing, but we can pump the water out. Okay, we have a bed to sleep in, medical bed, all these should work. I just wanted to make sure electricity is going, everything, those are good. Those are good. Those are all good. Those should have no backlight. I don't know why they're backlit. Little seat here for rescue. Seat heat. No, the seat there. 2 seats here for rescues. So we have 3 there. 5, 6 total I can take on a rescue. So that's not bad. Put 1 in the bed. That's 7. This shouldn't have been painted this color. And then 8 there. So that's plenty for a rescue. I might turn this hatch sideways because, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so I can actually get up here reliably well and walk around while it's underway and not fall off. Should probably put a kill switch. I just did that. I put out a new player career build series episode today on the man overboard switch. So essentially, you have this little lot in boats where you'll have a lanyard that you stick on your wrist or you click to your belt when you're at the helm, and if you pull that lanyard away, it kills the engine, so that if you were to fall overboard, that the engine would shut off, and so you could swim to the boat. So like if you're in the middle, if you're out quite a ways, you don't drown, you can still get to the boat. And so it would be nice to put one of those on here. I'd need a few player sensors, not really that much, but all it would do is zero out the thrust. The problem is I need to change the system so it doesn't do this. I'm not doing it with trim. I could do it as an engine kill switch, but I think what I want to do is put in a throttle hold. And so I'll use a memory register, and that way whatever, essentially when you turn it on, whatever you last set on the throttle, it will hold. But this worked pretty well here. Let's go down. So are all my nav lights on? My nav lights should all be on. Yep, nav lights on. Should be making plenty of electricity here. It looks like, yeah, we're at 100% battery, so we're not losing any electricity. We have 1 alternator. Reasonably fuel efficient. This should have no, what is that? That gauge just isn't reading. Gauge, those volts aren't reading right. I need to check that. So temp and volts are broken. This will automatically switch to knots when we hit the water. So we're doing about 16 knots in the water. Spots. This panel needs electricity, so we got a couple things to do here. We'll check that out. Yeah, that's why I made it there. That's why I made it Thermite, was the you know, it's a beautiful thing seeing your boat go sailing away, especially when you're in a new career and you like have no cash and you're like, I really can't afford to have that boat running away from me. So it's nice to have a mob switch so they can just have it shut off. All right, so I don't know why I didn't just go right in the editor, but let's see. So electricity problem on this panel. Electrical. I broke the connection to the switch here. So that should be there. Okay, so that's all fixed now. Need to figure out what's up with this. So let's see. All right, and then we want to do key switch is going to turn on backlight, 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 backlight. Not that all of those have backlights, but we might as well do it. All right. So that's all done. And then I want to do additive paint black. So for any of the buttons I don't want to light up, like all of these, make sure those are backlit to black so they don't show. If I do really black, that will help because they were showing just a tiny bit. This will help show nothing. All right. So that's better. Then like these, I don't want to see any backlights on those. There we go. All right, so that's good. Let's see. All right, so we need to check out this panel, see what's wrong with it. So you're going from this, okay. Make sure this is all plugged in. Battery here. Okay. See what this is doing. So 1 and 2 goes to, that's going out to the headlights, I believe. That headlights, yeah, this is headlights, so I gotta see what this starts on. So it should be, what are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see where these are reading. So I think I labeled these wrong. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, these are reading wrong. These are labeled wrong. Let me see where I'm going here with these. So this goes out to... Why is it going out to both? Oh, this is screwed up. Okay, that's supposed to be there. I moved some of these nodes, so that's why it's doing that. And then this should be reading back. And it should be going to this panel. What's that? Okay, right there. So... this is getting no read off that. I don't know why this feeds into there. Yeah, that shouldn't be feeding back. There's no reason to feed that back. Okay, that was a mistake to feed that back. I shouldn't have done that. That could be one of my issues I was having earlier. So that should be fine. I have them all as read and writes on that side. So let's try it now. See if this is reading correctly. I can't think of much else this needs. I think it's ready to rock and roll, go do some missions. So let's see. Park brake. That should be unpowered until I turn the key on, so that's fine. Lights are fine. This should be powered though. Okay. So we want this one powered. I need to fix that. Okay. And then this will be headlights. Yep. High beams. Off. High beam, headlights, spots. We can look at the spot. Spot is with player look or seat look. Hazards. Hazards are going all around, all around. Beautiful. Brake lights. Brake lights come on. Brake lights come off. Headlights are on and hazards are off. You notice we have running lights. If I flash 1, we're flashing. Flash 2, we're flashing. All right, good. So those are all running the way I want them to. Good. All right, so that's all good. That is temping, volting, battery, and this needs to be indexed to 416. Okay. So this needs to be indexed to 416. 416 gallons, which is a lot of fuel. This here needs to be, the electricity does not go to the compass, it goes to the key because this is hot bust. So that needs to be hot bust so I can run my lights when my main breaker is not on. All right, so that is good. So I think we're pretty good here, actually. I think we're rocking and rolling here. Let's save this sucker. We'll go for one more little trial to make sure everything's good, and then that is kind of good to go in the Career Build Series and be used. And then maybe we'll do a little work on Triton, I think. Triton, yep, I need to work on that bed. Let me fix this bed color here. You scum, get out of there. Go, come on, give me the right thing. Trespassing onto my other monitors isn't helpful. No, I don't want it that dark. I don't want it that dark. That's good. All right. Yeah, we're doing one little sea trial on this sucker, and then I think we're gonna move to Triton. Yeah, we want to get some stuff done on Triton. Seeing that it is in the career build series now, so if you watch that, so checking the poll here, 69% have seen the new career build series. So as you can see, Triton is in. For the 6% who say, what is career build series? It is my series where I do a career game. I build as I go. And so my big ship that I had from the first career build series is now in. So that is kind of a big milestone. Finally get up to like over 600 grand and was able to launch the ship. And so the cool thing of that ship is I'm able to have helicopters and parasite craft. And for example, I could go load up 5 containers, and then if we get a mission, I can go do the mission while I'm transporting containers. So I need to not power down. I need to give that front time to come up. It has fins in there, but I need to give it a second before I let it. So I could put extra fins in the front, but I really don't want to. So I'm glad people have watched the career build series for today. Let me see. Just checking the chat here. Yeah. Man Overboard is big. Not quite ready to hook it up to this. That's another reason why I turn on the creative menu. Is it's a learning experience. Yeah, you know, it's always best to have like a Man Overboard in there. But you know, say for example, you get a runaway, it's nice to just be able to like no clip and go get it or recall it. You know. Let's read some chat. Yeah, it's nice to have some small ones though. I'm happy there are some small builds. You know, again, small takes a lot of. Small is challenging, you know, and you get, you know, and that often is, I like that, you know, if something looks like it's easy or it's, you know, not innovative or it wasn't a struggle, you know, it's a little less endearing to me than like somebody who like really overcame some problems and did some clever things to make sure it worked at a small size. I think, you know, that's nice to see. So, you know, I'm glad we have a variety of sizes and kind of designs. You know, if they all looked identical, it would be kind of boring. So it's nice to see everybody kind of taking different approaches. No, it's not nose heavy. It's center. It's balanced right there. The problem was I just plowed down, so it was angled down, so the propeller was pushing it down. So as soon as I shut the propeller off, it stopped doing that. So for example, if you see, if I zero out my propeller, it actually sits nose high, which is what I want. You know, so see how it sits a little nose high? So it's not that, it's just that, you know, you're angling the propeller was pointing down, and so it was pushing it to the sea. So I went running in, and it, you know, just kept plowing in. I just need to stop the propeller. You know, so kind of sitting out here. Temperature's under control. That's good. So we've used, what's that? About 13 gallons to go to there. You know, not too bad. You know, we have a lot of fuel on board. It could be more fuel efficient. So what we do is, let's say we're going to actually like spend the night out here. We would turn this backup battery on, and we'd shut the ignition off. Now we're powered via backup battery. We can still control the lights. That was why I changed how this panel was plumbed up. The rest of the lights should shut off. I should probably put an anchor light on here. And then we can go back and we can go to bed and get a mission. And let's sleep really quick. I don't think I have missions turned on in this particular creative. Sometimes I turn them on so that I can do testing on missions. So probably won't get any missions, but yeah, and then if this door opens up, it instantly closes. So you notice because there's water in here, I can't open it up again. So if we look at the meter, we have, okay, it's all draining out. So it must drain into this pipe, and that pipe was probably enough to accommodate it. So let's see if we can overwhelm the pipe. I bet we probably can. Is my engine on? I don't think so. I think it was the music. Yeah, tack's off, engine's off. It just sounded like the engine was on for a second. I opened that door. It's not helpful with my test. But as you can see, we have 0 in here still. So every time we do get 0, it's going to go down in there. And then it will, I'll eventually be able to pump it out. So you see all that water's running down into that piping. It might be actually running out, I don't know. And so that won't let me open that door. And so I think, let's see, is it running in there? As you can see, it's going in there now, so it's going in. All right, and so we can still get out there if we need to, and then we have the ability to pump out, so I can't really look at it while I'm doing it. But we pump out, and it pours right out here, so like we can look at that fluid port, theoretically, if I can keep my cursor on it. And you see we're pumping 19 liters per second, so we're pumping out what was in there. Yeah, I could do it automatic, but I've been really wanting to use some manual stuff like this, so. But you'd pump it out there, and so if you wanted to go outside during, to do a rescue or something, you go up the ladder, and then just try not to get wet. There we go. And we can walk all around here. Let's get a quick pick. You know, so this can sit out here and do rescues. I think the nav lights stay on, which is kind of nice. It'd be nice to have an anchor light, so maybe I'll put an anchor light on here. I don't know. Anchor light would be a 1 white on top, and then you know, so we could say go out here, sit, go to sleep, get a mission, go do the mission. The cool thing is we can go back and then drive this right to the hospital, do a bunch of stuff. This thing, let's go on the land for a little while and we'll hammer. Yep, I shouldn't have done that. There we go. Did AD lock on there? Okay. That's because I'm trying to start it in 5th gear, essentially. It's that's auto clutching, so it's auto feathering the clutch because I tried starting in 5th gear. And so, you know, we'll be able to go do a rescue, come back. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that, putting a little pivot right here, and have it, like, right maybe here, and then have that raise for the mast, and it would go up with the 1 white light. Currently, the nav lights go on with the water. You know, what I would do is probably put it on that panel so that if I... switch it over to anchor, it will do that. Yeah, because you want the 1 white light on anchor, so if somebody sees just the 1 white light out there, they know there's a vehicle on anchor. You know, so you go do a mission, then you'd be able to come back, and I'm just going to recall it and launch it. I won't bother send it all the way back, but let's go. I'll show you. This thing is ultra, it's fast, and it's super maneuverable. I would say even to a ridiculous amount. I would kind of like to maybe slow it down a little bit by up-gearing it, get some more fuel efficiency. But again, we have the cash. We can have a really hungry vehicle as well. But it's a lot of fun to drive. So you see, we can just we can rip. We have to be careful of doing super large jumps just because the game will punish us and blow things up. But you see, it's because it has such a low center of gravity, I can really hammer. It does not want to tip over. Yeah, we have to be a little careful. There's a couple spots here where we could jump and bottom out and blow up the engine. But as you can see, it can take bumps pretty well. Like that one's hairier than I'd like to go over. But you see, it's maneuverable, and it's, you know, it has a lot of momentum. You know, so you got to remember it's a big heavy truck. You can't like change directions ultra fast, but it is maneuverable. You know, so like that turn there, once I was gone, the momentum is going to keep me going. There's not much I can do here. The nice thing is it's heavy enough it just bashes over trees. But it's very maneuverable. It's, you know, it's fast. It's fun. You know, you got to be a little bit careful. You got to drive it like a truck and realize you do a big turn, it's going to want to keep going straight, you know. As is, you know, momentum. You need a tiny little vehicle can change directions fast. Truck will keep trying to go straight the whole time, so you have to be careful. Wheels are gripped up to 2s, I believe. See, like I hit the tree there and screwed me up. Very, you know, slippery going down the side here on this hill, even though my tires are gripped up. I need to work on the clutch setting there. The clutch setting's a little bit off. But working pretty well. So let's pull this in. I think that's good to go for an episode. I wanted to get everything wrapped up on that. I've been working on this for a little while. Let's move over to Spy Cakes, the Cakes of Spy. The day is much happier now that I actually went out and got almond milk. I've had no almond milk in my coffee the last 2 days. Kind of sad. Alright, here it is. El Tritone. So let's see. I need to... What do I need to do on this? So I need to put the mass system in. I want to do that. That's important to me. So I'm kind of trying to decide, do I want to, I really am kind of sick of angle panels. I'm not a huge fan of angle panels. That was kind of the fad. It still is for some people. I don't like them really much, but keep this in for now. So what I want to do is let's grab the mast, tug light mast. So this is what I want. We're going to grab this whole thing. So we'll grab Triton back, and I'll import that. Because this has all the lights set up, so I want that. All right. So here's the tug light mast. And so these are all accurate. Is all accurate to real life. What this is, all the settings for this. So I need to kind of set this up, and I'm just going to replace a bunch of these lights with this. So let's do this. Do I paint them all? Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to have to paint them. We'll see how they look in black, and then I'll paint them if I need to. But so this was a lot of work to get these kind of set up and have them correct. So I want to easier just to take this and do it than try to reconnect everything. So pair of reds. What's that? That is white there. Pair of reds. So this white can be replaced. So these two reds need to go. And they need to be set up in the correct way so that they obscure one another. There are certain times when you don't want to see the other lights. So like those stick out for a reason so that you can't see some of the lights. So that one's facing forwards. This one actually, those can go down. That can go up like that's fine. Okay. And then this has all the different conditions for the light mast, so. We have the white light there, so I'll replace it with this one, and then I need to stick the other one behind it. So they're all oriented so that, for example, like certain ones you're only supposed to see from the rear, other ones you're supposed to see from the front only. You know, I think it's a 120-degree arc on some of them, so there's a bunch that you kind of have to, you know, be cautious of where they go. And then this one will go, so this one's a rear only, so that one needs to go like this, I guess, is fine. And then this is the rear, so that should probably go back here, I don't know. Probably stick it under here like that. That is the rear light. Did I move it? No, I didn't. Okay, we'll leave it there for now. These are... So we got a red off the left side. Red center there. So I have that one there, but I don't... I need to move it. Okay, here's my... This is my stern light, I think. I already have my stern light in. And then the green, red there. Should be on the sides, I think. Yep, so see, these are a different color. Those are supposed to be on the sides, so that's fine. I think what the hell these are. These are probably wrong at this point. I'm trying to think. I thought I had all the lights on here, and I'm kind of getting confused. What's going on? Alright, so this one will go here. I don't know what these two are all about. I need to fix those. I think Triton just didn't have the right lights at first anyway. So this one needs to be a C all around, so... I think this one's a C everywhere light, so... Yeah, usually if it's center mass, it's C everywhere, so... We'll put that over here. Yeah, we'll do a check on them too, make sure they're all right. All correct. And then I need yellow center rear. I don't think this vessel's long enough to need double yellows. I'll have to check. It might need double yellows. So, based on the length, it might need a double yellow light for towing. And then this one I want to move into the mast, I think. Put it there. Okay. And then this one can go. This one can go. Okay, I had some of these over here. I don't know why I have those, but I do. I'll leave that GPS there. That will change later. And this can be a wipe. Come on, man. Stop erasing random shit. Go there, please. These are going on the sides. What are we talking here? Can I cut two there? All right, beautiful. That's right where I want them. All right, good. And these will go up here. Then this light's going to be moved. That last white light's going to change one of them. Just a lot easier doing it this way than trying to figure out where they're all supposed to be. Again, that was a lot of work going through the diagrams and then making sure that they were exactly where they were supposed to. It was kind of painstaking, so I want to make sure that I don't have to do that again. Okay, and then this one, I'll merge it now while I'm here, so it doesn't fall out. And these side lights are supposed to be like 125 degrees, something like that, I think, of visibility. Then I'll have to change. I'll have to check. I think I have the website still saved. I'll have to check the length of the vessel and how. There's a set. You need 2 yellow toes if you're a certain length. So I have to keep that in mind. Okay. There we go. That gives it the like 120-degree visibility. This here is my that's my stern light. I think you need 2 if you're a certain distance, if you're a certain length of vessel. All right, good. See how I like them in black, and then this needs to be changed up here. Okay. I think the rest of this can go. Did I miss the panel? Where did I put the panel? I don't know what happened to the panel. I have to look for it. I'll grab it off the tugboat. Alright, and then I need to do this. So currently Triton's mass spawns down and then it auto goes up. I need it to stay down because it's when I spawn in the cave, it's going to be too tall with the mast up, so it needs to keep the mast down, and then I'll have to manually raise it. So let's see, where are we at here? Alright, so right there's the panel. So reset value 0. And that counts to, what does it count into 1? Counts to 1, okay. What we'll do is this. What the hell's it doing? See what the panel's doing here really quick. Let's see. Mass position, if greater than that. Okay, so that is the indicator for it. Panel here, 19. Okay, here it is. What are we? Increment 1. Reset value 0. If it's 0, it's going to increase. If it's 1. So we'll just change it like this. So this will be... that. Alright, that should fix that. Let's save it really quick. I'll check chat as I'm loading up the tugboat here. I need the panel from the tugboat. So. Let's see, where was that left? Where did I leave off? There we go. Yeah, I don't know why people are having trouble with money. I think they decided they were going to build car ferries. You know, it's which is fine. You know, that's why the money limit's there so that if you want to do it up to $9.99, you can do it. But you know, I think you cost yourself a lot of headache doing it that way. You know, just you don't need to have it that close. You know, I try not to, you know, there are certain times where it's going to be close if, you know, you have a small build. Let's say you have a 10,000 credit limit. It's hard to get it under there, you know. Personally, if I was starting the challenge to $100,000, you know, build price, I would say, okay, I'm not making an enormous ship because, you know, enormous ship, you're going to want lots and lots of screens. You're going to want lots and lots of seats and stations, and you need things for those people to do. and you need bigger engines, and you need this and that, I would be like, okay, it's a small pickup truck, and I have 100 grand. I'm gonna make something that will carry a pickup truck or a couple pickup trucks, you know. But you know, if it comes in at 99,999, that's perfectly fine as well. So this goes to where? What is this? Okay, what are you? You are the okay. You're the readout, and you're the read-in. Okay, that's what we're doing here. So that's reading out. And that is reading it. Perfect. Okay, so this is my way I do my light masts here. Let's copy that. What are you down here is the question. None. Cockpit. Okay, that's the cockpit light. So that's good. So we just need this. So copy you. Okay. Load Triton back in. But, you know, that's part of what the challenge is, you know, you look at the price. So it's like, for example, if you had a $15,000 limit, you'd know, ooh, you know, I need, like, a helm, and I'm not going to do a bunch of stateroom. I'm going to do some this, and this, because I really need to keep it, you know, economical. And maybe I'll theme it to be old school so that it can have some, you know, some panels that are a little bit cheaper to run. And so you kind of, you know, that's part of the cool part, I think, of the challenge. You run it according to what you need, you know? What is that? That's light tower. What is that going? I don't know what this is all about here. I don't know what this light tower thing is here. I have to look at that. Alright, let's cut this, and this needs to go on the panel here, so... And then I will go... You know, there were some people who wanted to build a car ferry right off the bat. That's not what the challenge is, you know. You know, it's fine, but it's just that's not what the challenge is, you know. So it's challenge is a landing craft to move a truck. You know, so it's you have money problems, you may want to reconsider what you're doing, because it's you know, it's there to kind of keep them in line with where they should be. Alright, so there's the masting. Let's check that, make sure that's running. I think I have infinite electricity on anyway. I'll turn that back on so I can run it. Alright, so see the mast is now starting down. That's what we want. So that I can spawn it in, and then I'll manually open it up. Let's see. All this is shut down here. Let's go down here. That's the problem with Triton being, you know, kind of having a complicated start procedures. I have to go down like 4 decks to be able to get everything primed up so that I can then go up top. So for testing, it takes forever. Alright, this is why, if infinite electricity is on, why are you not getting, there it is. Because I clicked the button, but it didn't do it. Alright. So is that tilting up? No. I reversed the buttons, so they're probably backwards. Yeah, they're backwards now, so I just need to redo the buttons. Alright, so the mast is going up now. It's true, but again, you know, you see what you're supposed to be carrying as a truck, not many, so it's perfectly fine. You want to make it bigger, but you know, I don't have much sympathy for running out of money because you didn't need to do that. That was your choice, you know. So it's, and $100,000 I think is still generous for what it is, you know. It's like if you got a contract to build something, you know, to move a truck, and you built an enormous ferry, they'd be like, okay, dude, but you know, I wanted to move a truck, you know. So that's kind of, you know, the stipulation. So that right there is mast light on. So let's go. We got to verify all these lights. Mast light is on. Beautiful. I need to set backlight on that. That's why that's not on. So this is standard running. So we have front white. We have red, green. And we should have our rear light. So as you can see, this is 120-ish degrees. We can see the green, the white, and stern should probably be back more. I might move that back to here or something, but that gives us, let's test it properly here. So there is, Yeah, so see, like, I can see my stern light. That should be back here, I think. So I'll try to get that back here. But that is the, that's standard running there. And then we want to go up one. We have, what is this one? What's double white? I'll bring up my thing so that I know what the lighting's supposed to be. Lights and shapes, is that it? Yeah, okay, so let's see. What do we have? Twin whites. Let's see. Twin whites. Okay, so twin whites is going to be for the front mast. I have not hooked up the front mast on this one. So it's for a certain distance. Should have twin whites. Certain length of vehicle should be twin whites. So I don't know if this one fulfills that or not, but it's set up for twin whites so that it will run. I don't know, maybe that. No, that's different. I can't. Let me see if I can find it. It's forward white, upper white. The problem is, you know, you have things for sailboats, you have things for regular. Okay, power-driven vessel underway is forward white, upper white. So I think one of them is supposed to be my mast light. Do I have a double white here somewhere? I went through all this before. I just can't remember. That's why I kind of came up with a standard, was so I didn't have to write a rig and remember it. Because it's brutal to remember all these. Okay, here it is. A power-driven vessel towing astern, towing a vessel less than 50 meters would have the front light as well, but it needs that yellow on, so we're not too towing yet. Okay. So, let's see. Next is going to be, this is towing. So if we're towing a vessel, we have that on. So if we're towing a vessel, we'd have our yellow on. And it's a certain distance. So if the cable is a certain length, we have another one. So that with the front white on, that is distance of tow. So if we're towing a vessel that's even longer, like the cable is out longer, we would put that on to warn people that we have a long cable right behind us. So don't cut right behind us. This is double red over a white. Let's see if I can remember that. Let me see if I can remember double red over a white. Or find it. I can't remember it. Let's see. Because there's different ones for trawlers as well. If they're trawling. Constrained by draft is trip reds. Let me see. Vessel not under command, making way. And then we have, so double red over a white. Where the hell is that? That's why I'm glad I figured these out. If I had to refigure this out every time I did it, it would drive me mad. Because I did figure these all out, so. Pilotage, that could be pilotage underway, I'm not sure. One of them's aground, I know that. And then we have quad reds, double whites, that's misery. That's, forget what that is, see if I can find it. But these are all the light combinations. There's a quad red. That's dredging, it's not the dredging. It might be vessel, no, that would be with if I had a yellow on. Vessel restricted, okay, this is a vessel restricted in her ability to maneuver at anchor, vessel less than 50 meters, and then you have one for over 50. So, and then we have red over red. So that's all the lighting there. So let's just check through. So we should have 3 reds, double whites, and green. So 1 red is this one. So red, like that. So we have red. We should see the reds everywhere. This one's kind of obscured. I should probably move. No, I can see it. Okay. I should probably move that one off to the side here. So these two should probably move off to the side. Yeah, so these two should move off to the side, the right side. That's fine. And then this one should move to the back. But those are all our light combinations, so it's quite extensive. I used to know them all. I went through that chart. It was a pain. But like we have red over red. Let's check that. Red over red. Yep, so those should be one up top of the other. Trip red and a white. So that should be the same red over red, the port red, and then we should have our double whites going. So white and stern white. Yep. So this white here, this one right here, that's our bow one. So that needs to go out on the bow mast. So I need to put a, I need to see if I need a bow mast on this. Why am I not able to count up though? I should be able to count up. All right, that's screwed up. Is it looping? It shouldn't be looping. Maybe it's looping. All right. I'll read some chat here in a second. Takes me a little while to get this in and out. All right, where are we at here? Yeah, buoyancy. Yeah, the rocket glitch I can't like even put in the thing. I don't think rocket glitch is gonna be helpful because you're putting, you know, if you have issues with buoyancy, it's gonna likely be because the boat is small. And that's fine if the boat's small, but you're not putting much mass on top of it. The problem is you are putting some mass on top, at the very top. And so the issue being that if you do the rocket glitch, it's now making the boat lighter. The truck is still weighs what it does. So now all you're doing is you're even further exacerbating the weight and balance. And so I don't think that's going to be super helpful unless the ship is enormous, you know. Yeah. Yeah. All right, watching on your PS5. Lovely. Happy little trees, yeah. 2 a.m. Truth. Rocket glitch is you take the rocket motor and you put a negative number in there for fuel, and what it ends up doing is it makes it so that the mass is essentially negative. So you have a negative mass, and that makes it so that it with a negative mass in there, it is a way for you to essentially get you know, you can make things lighter. So, like, if it's a way to kind of cheat the buoyancy, you can also use it for, say, for example, you put a bunch of rocket glitch in there, you're lowering the mass, and then you can add weight blocks to put it where you want it, essentially. So it might be getting rid of the innate mass somewhere and putting in, you know, mass where you want it. All right, so those are lined up better. Those three are in line. Whites are good. Kind of want to move these up one. Let's do that. Because I'm trying to... Yeah, again, this is a thing that's like only I'm going to care about, but it's like a perfection thing is I want to make sure the lights are visible right where they're supposed to be visible and not visible when they're not supposed to be visible. Kind of like offsetting them too. I think it gives it a little bit more interest. Yeah, there's certain things that a rocket glitch would be helpful for, and there are certain things just I don't think it's gonna be helpful. It's like this. I don't think it's gonna be ultra helpful. You know, like this ship, it could be helpful because I have an insane amount of mass in the bottom of this. I have like I think I showed this in the career build series video, but this is the weight block of Palooza I have in here. This is the counterbalance for the crane. All of this down here is water. All of this is water. And then this is all fuel. It has 172,000 liters of fuel in it. All in here. And so that is all ballast for this. And so it's, you know, you could put, say, you know, that all that mass is down here, and then you could put a rocket glitch up in here to essentially effectively try to negate the mass of the superstructure, and then you could add even more weight down here, forcing the center of gravity lower and lower and lower and lower, you know, to help. But that's kind of the thought. So, you know, theoretically, let's say this whole bottom was one solid weight block. All of this was one solid weight block. And then you put a bunch of rocket glitch, and it would act like a pendulum and hang, and then this would be ultra heavy. The center of gravity would be all the way down here, and you could get it to float like a real boat, you know, without without having to have added buoyancy or anything. All right, I wanted you to go back to the stern. This is supposed to be the stern light. Like on a small, like the tugboat this came off of, stern light was pretty much right behind the mast. But on something like this, I want it all the way back here. Put it right under the pad. Stick it right there. Can I go up one? I don't think. I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so with that. With that hinge there. I think I destroy the hinge. Yep, I destroy the hinge. So we'll just go there. Alright, there we go. That's in there now. So there's our stern light. Okay, don't freeze up, game. I know. I know this is a big lift for you, having Triton in the world. But so lights look good. I need to see what's up with this looping improperly. So why you misbehave when I try to loop you? Yeah, I don't know what the deal is here. Increment 1, 0 to 9, so it's not looping. Pulsing. They're pulsing fine. 1 and 3. Yeah, I don't know what the deal was. Alright. But you can see this is why I didn't want to ever have to go into this again. Like, this is a pain in the ass to get all these lights. You have to get them oriented correctly, and you have to get them to light up right. And so they're actually in the order of the mast. So, like, it's anchor, mast forward, top red center, center middle red, center top white, center white center forward, red center bottom, amber toe, red bottom star, stab, stern, and nav. You know, so they're quite, it's quite a pain to do this, so I definitely didn't want to have to redo it. Let's find the, this needs its backlight fixed. So let's see, backlights. And then where are we backlighting everything here? Right here. Helm systems, so these should all backlight up when I turn this on. What are you supposed to be here, guy? Are you doing anything? Or are you just... That's doing something. What is it? Ballast. Okay, that's ballast water. Okay. So that will light up now. What is 3 on this panel? Or 4, rather. Tilt mast, that's going. I have a different system for tilting the mast now, but it's now backwards, so... Could have integrated in here, but... See, do I integrate it in there is the question. I'll just leave it for now. Alright, let's save this and we'll check it. Check all the mast orientation here. I'm gonna check that. I'll bring it up so you guys can see it here. It's kind of it's a little bit hard to understand sometimes going through it. So yeah, 112.5. So that's the angle that you want on these. And so that's why I did that the way I did. White, yellow, green, red, yellow flash, optional white. So I'll tell you what's optional. So power-driven vessel longer than 50 meters. Let's get a measure on Triton. I can't recall. I think it's 60-something meters long. So I do need to make sure this has all the stuff for the proper length of Triton. What is the max on this here? Go, 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 go. Just, I hate dragging things long distance, especially Triton is like using up resources like crazy. Oh, it's grinding to a halt. Come on, stop, 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 stop. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. 56 meters. So, yep. So it's over 50s. Oh my god. Come on. Go back. Okay. Then back. Okay, good. So it's over 50, so we got to look at that and make sure we get that right. All right. So I need the mast, the bow mast. I had a bow mast on this, and I didn't really care for it, but it needs it back. So we need a bow mast light. So that should be... So if you notice, this has forward... does it have forward facing? No, this should be... I don't know. I have to look at it. This should be the forward facing light here, and we need a second forward facing there. So I need a second one. So it's the same as this. Should run the same as the forward mast, so it's just the same connection. So you can see, like, this one has that forward mast. This one is less than 50 meters in length. It has stern. It shows you the cone where you should be able to see it. So you should be able to see the stern from that cone. These should be 112s biased forward. That should be forward-facing cone. Same here. And then we ignore sailing vessels. Anchors, you want the top anchor light on the front, so we need to duplicate that. And you want the top one, I believe. So here we go. So here is a vessel less than 50. Would just have the single anchor light like the tugboat I pulled it off of. Vessel at anchor with deck illumination, and then vessel less. Okay, that's the aground. So aground is 2 reds over the white. And then let's see what we have here. So here are some of the towing ones. I need to look at the towing one when I need double yellows, because I don't have a double yellow on here. So here's single yellow. Here's power-driven vessel towing astern, towing vessel less than 50 meters in length. Length of tow exceeds 200 meters. And then if it is what is this? Towing vessel less than 50 meters. 200 meters. Okay, so exceeds 200 meters here. Goes white, white, white. With the yellow on. If it's less than 50, you drop a white light. And then that's if you had a barge, you need to know the barge lights. And then, so like here, these are good. So for example, like I started building an ATB, an articulated barge and tug. And so this is an ATB that plugs into it. It acts as one unit, so it needs lighting as one unit. This one does, because it is separate, it needs its own nav lights in the front. And then if you're hip towing, which is what this is, it also needs all its own lights. And then we have trawling, which this will be cool for if we get fishing DLC, that we have to start adding these in, because certain trawling stuff, because you'd have the net out there and you wouldn't want somebody cutting off your net, you would you have all the different lighting for that, so that's going to be a pain to go in that. And then here are some vessel constrained by her draft. So if you know, shallow water and you can't go in there, you would have that orientation of the reds. Vessel not under command, not making way, is just the double reds. Double reds and a stern. This is vessel not under command, making way. So that's probably what you put on if you're being towed, I would say. Restricted in your ability to maneuver. So I'm curious if those are being run by, if they're being tugged. Like this one shows you it's being tugged, right? Or maybe it's under anchor, I can't tell. And then this one is the tugboat. Engaged in towing operation, which severely restricts towing vessel under tow inability, deviates from course. So probably like if you're towing out an oil platform, you probably have that on. But it's interesting pilot stuff here, so trying to remember all these, you know, is kind of a pain. So, but let's see. So I think it's not too bad for where so we do need a bow mast. I need to try to figure out what I want to do for a bow mast to make it look good. But one of those white lights is so essentially the anchor light needs to be duplicated. This top one and this front one need to be duplicated on the front eventually when I decide to put the front mast on. I need to try to XML a bunch of stuff to make it look reasonable. I put one on there before and it looked horrendous. So I need to do it again. Well, we'll do a quick light check again. See what it looks like. And we get all our messages. All right, so let's put you up. So that is white anchor light. So you see we get a single white anchor light. And then when it's actually done correctly, we'll have a mast light on the front, because we exceed 50 meters. 2, I don't know why this still isn't on. I need to correct that. So this is normal ops, normal operations, and now that stern light is in the back. So the whole thing is when you're, like, say I'm coming up to the vessel like this. If I see the stern light and I see a green light, and I see a... I shouldn't be able to really see that white light, but I can, so I should probably obscure that some. You know, if I see it like this, I know the vessel is going away from me, and it's going in this direction. You know, if I come over here, and I see the same thing on this side, I know I'm, you know, where it's going. If I see it up here, I can't see the stern light anymore. I see the forward light and the red light. I know it's coming toward me. I know I'm right in its path like this. You know, I know I'm off. So it's the whole point is so you know where it's pointing. But and then we have I need to figure out this one. I can't recall. I think this one is if it exceeds 50 meters, and so I have to look that one up. Double white. See, that's the anchor light, so I'm curious. No, it isn't the anchor light. That's one below the anchor light. Yeah, see, that's two facing forward. The anchor light's out. That's facing forward. So I need to figure that out. That's kind of confusing me at the moment. And then this is towing operations. And then there is a double yellow. I have to figure out the double yellow. And then this, so you know what I bet that is? I bet that's if you're in excess of a certain length. So I think it might be the double. The double white indicates if your tow is a longer tow. I remember it now. So I think that's what it is. So for example, this is if we had a really long cable towing a barge. We'd have this set up. If we had a little bit of a shorter cable, less than 200 meters, we would go like that to indicate how long our tow cable was. And then the barge should have its own nav lights on. And that way you can tell, okay, I'm going to look back 200 meters behind the ship or more, and I should see that. This is, my reds aren't on. That's not right. Okay, so that's no good. I need to fix that, so I'll write this down. So I can't tell the number because the number gauge isn't hooked up right. Yeah, something... I didn't merge them, that's why. They fell on the deck somewhere. God damn it. Nothing's easy, man. I didn't merge them. So they were working before, so those are fine. They just are not hooked up at the moment. So here. There we go. I thought I remerged them. I didn't. Alright, so those merged. So that looks good. I think we're good on lights. Let's save it really quick. Alright, what else do I want to do on this Triton? One thing I'd like to do at some point with Triton is put on a drone. And so the drone would actually come up and land here. Probably up here. And so I think that would be kind of cool to have a drone. So maybe I'll work on that at some point or now. I don't know how deep I want to get into Triton. A lot of this is going to have to go out, test it. I knew, you know, I saw that this needed the lights. Let's try something here with exhaust. So currently I'm pumping the exhaust out here, and it's super exhausty. At some point I might want to put a deletion pump on there so I can control how much exhaust goes through. So it lets some into the deletion, it lets some into the stacks. So I can kind of control the exhaust if I want it. The exhaust is nice because it lets me find it from a distance. Let's see. What else does Triton need? It needs so much that it's kind of hard to... Like, I really need to get it back into the career build series, which it's in there, and kind of run it and see what it needs. That's going to be the main thing. So you see all, like, these are all microcontrollers just for the bridge, I think. Tons of stuff. So let's save this up and we'll take a break, and I might work on something else for a little while. You know, Triton's gonna be take a little bite at it and move away. It's an overwhelming amount of work. You know, so because it's so much work to do, it is a challenge to know even where to begin sometimes. And again, I haven't touched it in a while. So let's open something up. I had something cool that was kind of like a little drone. One thing I've been wanting to make, I might make this for now, is I've been wanting to make like a little single engine, very efficient propeller plane. If you watch today's career build series, which 73% of the viewers said they did, you know, I took out my ultralight. And so this is the ultralight. I need to spell it correctly at some point, but I've seen it spelled both ways, so it's kind of tough. I think, like, LITE is, you know, you know, low fat. It's that type of thing. So I've seen some people refer to an ultralight as ultralight in that way. It's like it's tiny. It doesn't, you know, low fat, doesn't have a lot of weight. You know, but I think the appropriate way is LIGHT. But so there are a couple issues with this. Let me see, what's that? Okay, so that's hotkey 3 and strobes. I don't know what those are. Strobes and beacon. Okay, I want to check the electricity on these. There. Goes down here. Okay, that's all lights. And then, so these aren't connected is the issue. Okay. So I never connected the lights, which is fine. And then this is all... Where does that go? So this just needs to connect there. So we'll go like this, and then there, and then there. That fixes that. So it looked to me like it was connected. It wasn't. So let's save that. I figured I saw that on the build series. So it's nice to have like a tiny little plane like this. So if you watched the episode, or if you didn't watch the episode, I head from the military base, which was up here, all the way down to FJ, and I used about a third of the fuel. So I can go with that ultralight from here to here to here to here, like that. So that actually is really super duper fuel efficient. So I was thinking it would be kind of neat to try to make like a Cessna 152 for getting around from base to base. Let's do that. I'm kind of feeling that. And so we'll start kind of building a little bit here. And I'm thinking, you know, it's going to have to be tandem. The problem is everything's so huge in game. Like, I used to flight instruct with Cessna 152s. They're tiny, tiny, tiny. If I do it like this, I could just fit the engine in pretty much. So let's try. The issue is always the propeller. The propellers we cannot make small enough. So let's try something here. Let's go a 5-banger. 7-banger. 7 is not bad. Maybe we'll do a little 4-seater. I don't know. Kind of thinking that. Still pretty tiny, you know. We need the gap and then the panel. Unfortunately, I need big gaps because of the way the panels are. I could do a monitor 6-pack there, and then I could do some stuff over here. I'm trying to get this as tight as possible, so let's see if we can get it this tight and put some stuff. Can I put anything? Let's do a test. Can't remember what I can put in front of this padded seat. Yeah, I can't stick it there, so that's a big limiting factor. It's tough to see it as well, so you kind of do have to push it out, but it's a limiting factor that I have to push things out all the way to here to make them work. So it starts to bloat things up. It's not enormous, but it's like bigger than I'd like. Well, it's not too bad. Yeah, see that's a lot wider than I'd like it to be, but whatever. Yeah, that's why I tend to go tandem on things. It just makes it a little bit easier. I'll see you later, Citrus. I'm just reading some stuff. Okay, we're pretty caught up on chat. Trying to decide if I want to make this tandem or if I want to make it like this. I want to build small. So let's do this. Let's make it small. I want this thing to be small. And then later I'll regret it because it's going to be an absolute disaster to try to make it small. So that will be the cockpit footprint, and then maybe we'll make it tandem with 2 seats. Usually I'll do a tandem tail dragger, but I think I want to do conventional on this. And we'll keep it really, I want this thing tight. So we'll do the same seats in here. Alright, let's start working on the engine. So we can probably do a rounding on the bottom to make to accommodate the engine, and then we'll do hood here. So that will be. So often these are four-cylinder, horizontally opposed, and then if I go up, I think where I want. No, I want it there for propeller. Okay, so we'll go. Kind of want to keep it really tiny. I might do a 2-cylinder. Let's do a 2-cylinder. I want this sucker to be small. You know, these are some of like the, you know, the things that I like to artificially challenge myself with is get it small, make it you know, a challenge. Probably not going to be able to go 3-to-1, but let's try like a 3-2 to start with. I have to think about a lot of stuff to get this to fit in there right, so what we'll do is I will then go like this. That would be my firewall, and that will give me space to build under it like that. Right, so there's kind of my under space there. And then it's going to be squared up here, so that's kind of my blocking. So I'll give you some notion of what I have for space here. So where are we at here? Starter, we need, you know, I'm going to try to air cool this sucker. That's what I have on the other one, so I'm going to air cool this. Alternator. We could actually, you know what, we can put a radiator in there. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that, actually. Air cooling would be cool, but it's just, it's less cool than IRL, ironically, because just the way the game sets it up. Let's see how fast I can bang this out. I'm going to try to go as fast as I can. We'll see. Kind of as a little challenge to myself to build it fast. Being able to spell things correctly really helps. I can't get that small enough. I definitely need a rotor. Now this is the main issue that you have here is I just cannot get things the proper size. Because like this should not have any chance of hitting the ground. I have to put it on spindly landing gear or make it a tail dragger to get it to work right. So that is kind of an artificially mandated thing that the game kind of does because the propellers are you know, the propellers aren't necessarily oversized, but I can't get them as small as I would like them. So that's a problem. You know, so it looks off because I have to make like a Cessna 172 or Cessna 152 look larger than it should be because I just don't have the propeller, the ability to make the propeller as small as it would be IRL. So that's kind of the gripe is that. So there is that, and so, you know, I have to worry about hitting the propeller. So it's probably going to have to be a tail dragger. I really wanted to make a conventional. React quicker. What kind of plane do you make? You know, there's a lot of people who make, you know, airliners react like, you know, pits. You know, the if you're making an aerobatic plane, it will react more quickly than if you're making an airliner. So it's, you know, what are you trying to accomplish? Is it going to be more realistic? Is it going to be, you know, more of an airliner? Is it more of a aerobatic plane? What are you trying to build is, I think, one of the main questions too. This is going to be screwy here. Sucks. Let's see. Yeah, see this overhangs like here. That's annoying. That's not bad, but it's Actually, I might like it a little bit. Yeah, see, go there rather. I'm digging the size. The size is pretty good here, so let's. I'm enjoying that. That is cool. You know, a lot of if it's moving quote unquote too slow, is the gyro limited too much, the sensitivity too low, is your seat sensitivity too low? If you crank those things up, you'll make it faster. You know, you can generally increase the sensitivity. What the gyro is essentially it's a PID, so the sensitivity sliders are essentially the p-value. So if you're having sensitivity issues, you can do two things. You can increase the seat sensitivity. You can also increase the sensitivity on the gyro. As you increase the sensitivity on the gyro, you start to get flutter as the p-value overshoots. So then you're going to probably want to increase the seat to not get the flutter. So it's kind of a balancing act a little bit. Let's see what my message was. Nothing that's important. Okay, good. So I don't think we'll be able to build this conventional. It's just going to be too small. You know, the tail, because the propellers are just oversized, so I have to do a... if I want to do that, I'd have to do a tail dragger. But size-wise, I'm digging on this. And then we'll put fuel in the belly here. That way I can... that way I don't have to run long tank. You know, a long way to do it. Try something here. I should do this. You know, the longer the tail, the longer the lever arm you have for your elevator. So the smaller the elevators can be, the longer the tail is. So that's something that, you know, for stability, if you're not having enough pitch authority, that's something you can do is lengthen the length of the tail to get a greater lever arm. Come on, man. Get out of there, you. Just reading chat. Just something to be tiny, just for me to transport myself around. You know, I've been kind of digging on some small stuff lately, getting some really tiny builds in where I have to really kind of like struggle to get things fit in there. Has been fun lately, so that's the main thing, is just making this as small as possible. That's its job, just to be a tiny little feller. Could cut it even thinner on the tail, do like a diamond tail with it super thin. There you go. Alright. So we're going to need a canopy system here, so we'll go away from the pilot. Start with it open, I would say, like so. Probably these windows are gonna probably have to be stuck to it, but that's fine. I'll figure it out later. Because they're going to probably hit the seat. So what I'll usually do is this, is I'll pick a side and I'll go like this. Like that. Here we go. That's... I'm liking it. You know, the big thing here is, again, like, this is... The whole point of this plane is to be tiny, and it's kind of an exercise in making sure that, you know, I can do it, you know. And what Hershey bar wings. Let's see, I might actually do... I almost never do wing segments, but I'm kind of might do them on this one. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of them, though. I almost never use them. Thinking I might do a custom wing. I don't know. Oh, symmetry. How dare you. I'm going to want flapperons. I'm going to have flapperons probably to have the space. What's my width here on a... I hate the look of the regular ones too. Where are we at here? Yeah, so let's do this. Let's make custom wings. I'm just gonna not be able to get them to work how I want them if I don't do custom wings. Okay. What's that? 4-banger? 4-banger there. Okay, so we'll do... Just a 1-banger. Try not to have monster wings on this sucker. Think of flapperons. Center of gravity looks good. Can I? There's very little way I make this conventional. Let's do this. Let's see if I can make this conventional. I really want it to be a conventional, but it's gonna be spindly as hell if I do conventional. If I do tail dragger, I can get it to look right. So yeah, it's gonna be so spindly. Because I would need to do... Like, we're talking... there. It's not, wheels are gonna have to be oversized if I do it conventional. I really want it to be conventional though, so wheels are definitely gonna be oversized if I can shrink them down. Let's see if what I can do with a quarter wheel there. Looks spindly. Where we at there? Right there. Yeah, it's looking ultra spindly if I try to do conventional. But I want it to be conventional, so. Yeah, it sits too tall, but it's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. I really want it to be conventional, though, so I think we'll do trailing link. Yeah, we'll do trailing link gear. Try to make these look trailing link. Do trailing link on them, see what I can make that, if I can make that look reasonable. Yeah, I like the trailing links on there. What did I just undid it instead of spawn it. There we go. Yeah, I like the trailing link on it. Yep, thank you, thank you. I'll check chat in a second. I'm just kind of grooving here. So trailing link gear, what that is the linkage goes behind, and so it's gives you a less rough ride. It absorbs the bumps better. Yeah, I don't want that. That looks funky. Looks funky chicken like that. So. I'll probably XML a pipe in here instead of these. I don't know, but we'll figure it out. Alright, so it's a little spindly, but it's not horrific, I don't think. And I want rockets. Okay. It looks a little bit thick with a rocket in there, but the pipe looks a little bit thin, so. Be nice if I get a line correctly. But I need to protect that propeller by making sure that it's not going to hit the ground, so. I want a two-blade to not put too much strain on the engine. All right, let's go ahead and we will save this. All right. That's coming along. And do flapper-ons. They're big control surface. They can be close. They can be quite a bit inboard. Size is pretty good. I'm digging on this tiny engine. We have to try to get this engine in here correctly, so. Start trying to. Radiator's gonna be right there. Can I air cool this? Should be able to air cool this. Let's see. I'd like to air cool this. Let's try this. That's fuel tank back there. Doesn't need much fuel, but it's just I'm kind of overdoing the fuel here. Come on. Alright, so put it on this side. My god, if I can click the right one, we'd be in such good shape. This is the thing that's annoying, is I have to gangly pipe this to get this to work right. You can do a scoop right in front, that's fine. That could be cooling like that. I need to see what, make sure facing the right direction. I meant to check that. Yep, that's correct. Okay. And I think these are ABs anyways. So I need to check it, make sure these are ABs. Nope, fluid in, fluid out. Okay. Fluid in. Of course that's backwards on me. Ah, it sucks. Let's see. Okay, so this is out, in. Yeah, see, this is the thing that's annoying, is I have to route this all over town because of that. Doesn't really save any space if it's going to be obnoxious like that. Could do its transverse. Let's do that. Okay. So what is this? This is, let's see, out. Okay. Do it this way, it doesn't matter what way the space. And so this is out, I believe. Out. Out. Okay, so we need to flip that. Out. Out there, out, okay, in, perfect. All right. And I need to merge these two, so I might just put them right here. Put the manifold covers there. I think that's what I'm gonna do. We're running tight on space here, so I'll put manifolds here. Run them on the top. Okay. That pipe's screwing up my operation here. All right, and then what are you? You are a in. And you're the ram. All right, so there's my cooling system. All right, so I need air, because it's going to go air and exhaust. Exhaust will go off the side here, so we'll do that now. Exhaust will be right here. So tip, some people are putting cats backwards. If you put it on the exhaust pipe, that will orient it correctly. So you click it that way, you'll notice that's exhaust out. If you do it the other way, if you hook it, for example, let's go pipe like this. You hook it, you select it, and you go against the exhaust pipe. You go against this out pipe. You'll notice that it's backwards. So you want to hook it to the inboard like that, and then that will orient it for you. All right, so we need air and we need fuel. Come on, deleting the propeller. It's annoying. All right, there's the scoop for the air intake. Okay. Actually doing pretty spacious out here. It's not too bad. I could actually push this engine down. I should be able to push this engine down. I don't know. No, I can't. It's all for the. I need it where it is for the. What do you call it? It's the. If I push it down, we're gonna have issues with the propeller, so I can't do that. It's gonna be fuel intake right here. Okay. All right, so we're pretty good there, I think, for as far as that is. Let's take you. Stick you on the other wingtip for nabs and strobes. Alright, let me see where we're at here. I'm checking chat. I'll go grab something to eat really quick. I'll just take a 2 seconds to get a drink and then eat. Yep, just gonna be super cheap. I want it fuel efficient. I want it, like, my ultralight goes 150 miles an hour, or 150 knots, so it's pretty fast for its speed, for its size. This should probably do just about there. Alright, just checking chat. That's gonna be extreme, but I think we're good there. That's good. Let's test out the canopy, make sure we don't get any hitching on the canopy really quickly. I'll bang together a microcontroller. Okay, it is hitching. So we'll do full windows. We'll just do a top canopy. This isn't a big deal to step up on this, so we'll do that. Okay. Yeah, this isn't much to step over anyway, so that's not bad. There we go. Oh, still hitching. What the hell is it hitting? Just hitching on something. Okay. Just hitching on something. It's kind of obnoxious, but it's not bad. Alright, good. Alright, nice. So I need to put in spawners in the fuel tanks. So. Let's see. I have to do this anyway, so we'll do that. I don't need an insane amount of fuel in this thing. I want to keep this actually as little fuel as possible. You know, I want to force me to make it efficient. So. Nope, wrong one. Right here. Okay. There we go. Alright, so let's spawn that, see if the fuel gives us ballast enough to stay tilted. Nope, that's fine. We're going to end up ballasting a little bit anyway. You'll often get this with small planes. They'll put in some ballast weight in there anyway. So probably don't need a ton actually. So probably don't need a ton anyway. Let's see. So often, you know, they'll build certain aircraft, like say a Piper or something, to be carrying people, and then, or yeah, you know, be like to carry people. Well, you'll do flight training all the time, and you'll never end up carrying any people, and so it ends up not needing the, you know, it needs some sandbags in the front to be able to ballast it. So you want it to be just barely. Like, I want to be able to barely touch the tail and have it tip on its tail. That makes it so that, see, like that? That means that it's going to be a piece of cake to get off the ground. You want your landing gear, your mains, just aft of the center of gravity. That makes it super easy to rotate. You see some people's stuff, if you put your landing gear too far back, you're never going to be able to get that nose off the ground because you're trying to force the wheels into the ground. This is rotating off the wheels, so that's the level of precision. If I put any weight on the tail, you know, you'll notice it's really sensitive. But that's pretty good. That's balanced well, so you know, that's balanced right where it needs to be. So good. What's my mass? 570? Not too bad. Alright, this is hitching. I'm not happy this is hitching. It's hitting the top of these. So I need to... I bet it's hitting the top of these blocks here when it comes in, scraping them. So what we'll do is... simply off. This is probably what the window's hitching on, so let's try this for now. Come on, man. I want to keep this ultra simple, this panel and everything else. I want this to be a VFR plane that's, you know, just very simple to run. Still hitching. What is it hitting? I want to know what it's hitting. What are you hitting, guy? Tell me. Show me. Show me what you're hitting. I can fix you. Okay, it fixed itself. It's just, it's hitching somewhere on that pivot, I think. So probably do maybe one weight block in the right in the nose and get that fixed completely for ballasting. Where are we at here on the seat? I can go just a hair asymmetrical. Is not the end of the world if I put it here. See, it shifts it ever so slightly, but I can then go in the back and I can probably shift it off somewhere here where I need it. Undo that one and let's go. Oh, you still sent a little bit off the left there anyway, so I can do is this. There we go. Perfect. That's right where we want to be. So you see how, like, tinier it is, the littlest bit of weight will screw with things, so you have to be careful. Alright, nice. I want this ultra basic here. Actually, I need to put the panel... Oh, come on, man. Get the seat back. I need to put the panel there. I got too close. So... panel actually has to go where these where these weight blocks are. We can fix that later. That's not a big deal. Okay, that is in. Beautiful. Wish I could get sitting a little bit lower, but I can't with the propeller. Alright. So there are some there are some small like tandem planes that you have to load the front first. So the person in the front has to go in first, or else the plane will smash the tail. So you know that's how sensitive it can be. I missed a bunch of chat. I didn't scroll down. Thank you, Axel. That's good, Aaron. You should, chat. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that'd be good. Stalemate when you post them up. Rear elevator. So there's only one well, it could be up front. It could be non-conventional. It could be oh my god, my brain. Could be a canard. Canard's usually in the front. Elevators are in the back. My elevator from acting like flaps. I don't know why. I'd have to see it to see what it's doing. All right, let's see. Let's get a panel in here. Let's see, I want to check viz from the back. Okay, not too bad. Let's close the canopy while I'm sitting in here. Can I get to it? Probably not. I want to make sure I can. I should be able to fit in there. It's one panel above, so it should fit me in there. We gotta get some stuff to run this in here. So let's see. I'm gonna start a new panel. So let's see. What can I cut here? So let's see. What can I cut here? So that from there, pretty much. Let's see. So I can do all of... What is that? Oh, this is screwed up here, so that's good that I've caught that. That should be going straight down. Okay. So I can pretty much do all there for a panel. Alright, so all that can be a panel, pretty much. Alright, so let's do that. What is that? So 6 is as long as I can make it anyway, so let's see. 6 by 3, and then a 3 by 3, essentially. Okay. 6 by 3 and a 3 by 3. So we'll make a new one. We'll make a new panel for this. See what my messages are saying. Okay. Phone's just going off for no particular reason. Nonsensicals. Okay. That should go the wrong way. Nope, that actually went the right way. Beautiful. All right. So compared to the ultralight, this will be a piece of cake to fit panels in. The ultralight was tough. I had to XML edit them into the booms, essentially. It's gonna have a lot more fuel than I want or really need in it, so I can always just slide. I can decrease the slider on the spawner and just put less in. Nice. Alright, so let's get working and banging on this panel here, so. Yeah, I'll do C1, C2. I have enough space. I should have enough space for this. I'll put the combiner in here. Okay. And then this will be engine. So most of it I want to run off the seat. Yeah, most of it I want to run off the seat. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to run as much off the seat as I can. So that's going to be the plan. So this will be, we'll do our number ins, so that'll be RPS. Battery. Air. Fuel. Clutch. slash pump. Alternator. Make a complex. Because that interests me more than not making a complex. Let's start with that. His name. Alright, we'll do a sequence binder first. What the hell is this one? 3, 3. Okay. And then we go to booleans. What's that? It's 5. I need one more. So seats are combined, and then I don't know if I'm gonna do an occupied seat. We'll keep that in mind. I tend to go fins, like for my ultralight, just for a space reason. I hate the tiny, tiny little fins. I hate the tiny control surfaces, the really small ones. The 1x3s, those just look ugly as hell to me. So I use small control surfaces, and then if they're look too big, I'll go to the fins. So it depends. I just really hate the way the 1x3s look, so I don't ever use those really. Let's see where we're at here. All right, so C combiner is pretty good right now. All right, so I got the C combiner going. Engine, RPS battery input. Okay, so let's go. So 1 is going to be a D, 2 is W, 2 is WS, 3, and then 4. 4 is going to be my throttle. So we're going to go, give me a threshold, you scum. Threshold 1. -1. Okay. That's our throttle there. I might do fixed pitch propeller. I'm not sure if I want to get into making a complex constant speed propeller. Let's see. We'll do 2 is going to be, so I'm just going to do a looping switch. This way both seats will work for a on button. And if the threshold reads 1, that's going to be the on. So that will turn the systems on. Since it's so tiny, I'm going to make this mostly seat controlled. So that will help. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to hit the bathroom, grab a drink, and I will grab something to eat as well. And I'm back. Let me check the music. I think the music needs to be refreshed. There we go. Alright. Alright, so the beginning of the engine's done. Clutch and pump. I'm just gonna, for now, I'm gonna run a value of 1. Alternator, we'll run a 1 for now. Or I can make it more complicated later. I get the starter going here, so. So the starter will go if 6, and if it's less than. So if we turn on 6, and if RPS, where did I put that? RPS is less than. I'll run the starter. And we'll come up with a value for that. No. Can't spell. Okay. So I'll do the starter. Getting there. Battery. Don't worry about for right now. Alright, let's update this. Let's save this. Engine crankshaft with that. RPS, fuel count right here. I just need to grab the stoic. Here's all the stoic. Did I get all the engine info? I don't think I did. I got all the engine info. Okay, should be good. And this goes up here, there. Air and fuel. Engine. Alright, good. So we're, I think we're good for a start. Let's go try to get a crank on this. I need to configure the seats. So seats are going to be 6 is going to be start / stop. Since we're doing a looping, since I'm making it looping, so I can have 2 seats. See, I can't make the back seat actually control it, so I didn't put in a control seat, so that's fine. That's kind of useless to have in there anyway, but I'll do it as push anyways. And then up, down, I want it to be reset 100%. Let's do throttle. All right, good. Let's do AD is going to be, I'll just do it off of the seat. So I'm not going to worry about the back seat. I'd have to push it back 1 to be able to fit the control column in, I think. I don't think I could fit that in there. Let me see. I doubt it. I don't know. I might be able to get it in there. Yeah, I can get it in there, actually. Okay. I can do it, so. I wasn't sure. That fits. Okay. Let's see. Yep, so I want to do the combiner. Alright, that's fine. Let's do a... Where are we at here? So that is going to be number out pitch. Number out roll. Number out yaw. Okay. How did this all get put within the spawn area? So the spawn area is right here. I need to move all this down. I need to remember where that spawn area is. Somewhere up here. Okay. Alright, so yaw, roll, pitch. So 1 is going to be roll. Pitch. Yaw. Okay, that's raw. Yeah, raw. Yaw. Roll. Pitch. Yaw. Okay. And let's try to get a gyro in here. Should be able to put it right on the seats. The fuel tank. Like I know what I'm doing here. Right there is pretty. I should be able to push this back 1. Right there. All right. There we go. Make sure we're no leaky here. No leaky. Okay, I think we're pretty good here. All right, good. Let's plug that in. Right to there. So yaw goes into wherever yaw is. Yaw. And for now, we'll plug it into steering there as well. Roll. Probably actually want to pull these out 1. Yeah. The roots would be thicker than the ends. Let's do a quick control check. I didn't hook up the seats to the panel, so that's not going to work until I do that. And what we'll do is this actually. I just want to make sure that that is configured correctly. Couldn't remember if I did or not, so just do it again. Take 2 seconds. I'll do a quick control check. Pitch. Roll. Yep. Yaw. Perfect. All right. Alright, let's make sure everything else gets hooked in. Alternator. What the hell is that? Alternator right there. Prop. Air. So we're at RPS. Cylinder head, battery. I don't have battery in there yet, but we don't need it. We're going to run infinite electricity to start with. Clutch pump. Starter. Starter, right? That's the starter, yep. That's nothing. Alright, Did I do fuel? I don't think I did fuel yet. Fuel right there. Alright, let's try to give it a crank. I didn't do a pulse. That's why. Okay. I didn't pulse out the switch. Can't see the engine in there. Check my spawner. Diesel spawner is full. That's good. Check it. I'm gonna stick a meter on it. I just want to make sure I have fuel before I have to go in there and screw around with it. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do a dial. Double check, make sure there's fuel. Yep. Holds quite a bit of fuel too. Sets them up. So air is in. Let me just double check. We'll check all the pathing. I want to read RPS too, so. It's easy with something this small to hook things up incorrectly as well. Did engine ever get hooked up? I don't think it did. No, it did. Okay, I hooked it up. What's that panel? Okay, that's engines. Engine's hooked into the engine. Okay. Quickly check pathing here. Air. Has a side. Goes down, right in like so. Out to the scoop. Fuel's there. Make sure we had fuel. I checked it. It had plenty of fuel. More fuel than we probably want or need, actually. So I need to check the RPS of this sucker. So I plug that in. Right, let's give it a crank. See what RPS we're getting to. So it should be getting high enough to be lighting off. Could be choking it with the cat. Let's check it. So we have exhaust there going out, the cat there. So the cat could be choking it. So what we'll do is we'll do a test by going no cat. Make sure that's in, that's air in, that's good. That's just for decoration anyway. I might get rid of that anyway. It kind of might just like a cat, and then that. Alright, so it's, let's see. What's my idle set to? My idle is set to 4. Let's do an idle of 6. That's not it, right? Oh, reset value 0. That's what it is. Okay, that's why. No, it's clamped, so it should be fine. Yeah, that shouldn't matter. Okay. Let me just... I'll double check the PID. Alright. Process variable is... RPS, plug it in, there, good there. That's plugged. 0.18 should be fine. Those are clamped out. Air fuel is correct. Okay. Let's do a starter cutout of 3. Try to get that engine a little higher RPM, see if it'll kick off and sustain itself. Small engine, so it's going to be tough to. Do this. Let's go. Take a little. I want to give it as little stress as possible. Start. Just slowly increasing the throttle. I doubt that's going to fix it. Okay, let's give it a look. So let's do this. We will I'll come in here. I'm just going to go like this. I'm going to delete that out too. That's going to make it so that it will not turn the propeller. So I'm seeing if it's overloaded. Should be alright, but we'll see. Okay, good. So it's not an overload issue because it's still struggling to start, so it's some other issue. Trying to get above the engine so I can check the information. My guy hops every time he lands on a block, so it's being a pain. Can't see the cylinder heads. I gotta cut something out so I can see a cylinder head. Okay. So it doesn't seem to be overloaded. Gotta cut a bunch of stuff just to see what I'm working with here. So there's the air manifold, and then I want fuel manifold right there. Strip the engine cowling off, and put that back pretty quickly. So that's 0.5, it's around, this should be double that. Right, something's up with these, alright. Air, air, fuel, fuel, alright. Prop, alternator. Let's try something. See if it doesn't like the scoop. Sometimes it does not like the scoop. Could just be that. Nope, not that. Up, I didn't hook up the exhaust again. I screwed it up when I pulled the cat. I didn't put the pipe in there. So that's what that wouldn't start then. Still not starting. Should definitely be getting air now. Gotta check it. See what's up. Okay. So there's a direct scoop right on there. Make sure everything's merged up the way it should be. It's going in the fuel tank. What is this? Yeah, fuel's definitely good. I checked the fuel already. Put another dial on there. Make sure we actually have the fuel that I think we have in there. check all the logic here. Engine is the most important there. Engine is connected. Seat 2, seat 1. Okay. Battery we don't need. RPS we need to know. RPS is make sure that's hooked to RPS. Hooked to RPS, that's fine. Fuel goes to fuel. Fuel. Air to air. Alternator is alternator. Start is fine. Let's do this. Play with the p-value. That way I can tune this in. Started right, so let us see. So we're running an increment of 0.001 to the, that's too low, so let's do 0.1, but it should start at 6 anyway. So it's asking it to give it 6 RPS going in there. It's reading the RPS fine. RPS here, I'll triple check that. P-value could be the problem. Engine is plugged into, these are wrong. This is wrong. That's wrong. Alright, I don't know how that got screwed up. I never changed those. Alright, that would be the issue right there, I think. So, I don't know how those got changed. I never changed those. So, I think, oh, it was on the ultralight, so it had to be so tiny I had to change numbers and do pass-through panels. That would be why it's problems. There we go. Yep, so that was it. It was a problem that I had to make a special change for that and for the ultralight, and I did not realize I did that. So it's probably 3-2 on this to start with at least. Then we'll try to undo some of what I did here. I don't think it's too bad what I did, so we'll be able to fix it pretty quickly here. Leave it like that, I think. Beer while it's cold. Got a Guinness. Alright, so we should be up and running now. Let's give it a crack. Turn the music down a little. It's a little on the loud side. It's either it's gonna be that loud or it's gonna be off, so. There we go. The control check was good. Let me just check the nose wheel. Nose wheel's backwards. So. Yeah, nose wheel's backwards. Okay. So we'll do this. Okay. Nose wheel's backwards. Not moving that propeller fast enough. Really hope I don't have to move it more than a 3-to-1. Okay, good. So let's go up to... I don't need to do that. Let's go... where's prop pitch? Let's go a point... Oh, I don't know. 4. Probably have to go more than that to get this moving. So I really have to worry about hitting this prop on the ground. That's why I was at first, I didn't think I was going to be able to do a conventional because... Alright. Let me read some chat. Oh, thank you, Aiden. Appreciate that. Let's go. I think I'm going to do... Let's do a throttle here. And I'll set the prop pitch, so. I want sensitivity really low, though. Let's do like, I don't know, 5. And then I know that 0.4 was too low, so we'll start there. And then I will control that prop pitch. Okay. So that's starting where we were. So there's 0.4. Like, see, like even that tiny little bump, because this plane's so small, you know, it has issues. And then I have to be careful of, like, if I come down on, like that, I have to be careful of little bumps like that because this is super close to a prop strike. So you have to worry about that in real life with tiny little, like, especially like 152s and stuff. You have to worry about hitting the prop. Let's go to, like, I don't know, a point. Probably need like a 0.5, I'm thinking, to get off this runway, so. Ah, you suck. It's gonna be tough. So what we'll do is this. I will drop the backs down to 0s. And that will tip us towards the back. That's too little. I don't want to go below 0.25s here. So we'll go 0.25s in the back. And I'll increase this one up to 0.5. And that will sit a little bit towards the tail. It will give me a little bit of relief on the nose and the prop. Yeah, I really wish the devs would let us have some smaller props. Yeah. That would help a lot with making some small stuff. I'm going to shut damage off too, just so I can... I'll turn it back on later, but... I just don't want to have to keep going back in and out, but... You know, I also don't want to think that the vehicle's going to work and that it doesn't, so... But this looks pretty proportional. The legs are a little sticky because, you know, it has to be as high as it does. So that just that little wheel helps there. Alright, so I'm going to go, and I'm going to go up to, let's say, let's go up to a 5. I want to get off this runway, so. Okay. We'll probably end up overloading this engine is the issue. Yep, I'm overloading the engine. Alright, definitely overloading the engine. Alright. Where the hell are we? We're up here at Draymore. So I'm overloading the engine. So there's 2 things you can do. One, go lower prop pitch and a lot of RPS. The other one's the opposite, a lot of turn. Let's go down. Let's do a 6. Oh, I don't know. Let's go at 2-1. Let's do a 9.5 and see where we're at here. I need to see what I can get this engine screaming to. Problem is my gauge is out there. I can't read it without stepping over the side here. So we're only at like 12.9 right now. And so we're at a... we're still at a 0.4. We are. thought I changed that. I guess I didn't. Start value, there we go. I want that as a 0.1 as well. 0.1. Go to 10. I don't think we're going to be able to reach higher than where I have it set anyway, so I'm going to set this up to 30 RPS just to start, but I doubt I'm going to get 30 RPS anyway, so. I'm going to get this balanced out to get this off the ground. So there I can get a lot of RPS, but I'm getting very little bite out of the air. Alright, so let's do this. Let's go 3-1 on this. Because I'm not losing RPS yet. So I can probably put a bunch of load on this engine and be fine. There we go. So now the propeller is turning 90 to 1. Or it's turning 90 RPS, not 90 to 1. Propeller's turning 90 RPS, so now it's a prop pitch issue. And I may have to bump the nose out to get a little bit more gearing, but I'm hoping to avoid that if I can. I shouldn't have to, we'll see. It'll be more efficient, but I don't really care about that. I want it to have the small silhouette that it does. I might have to gear this sucker up, I don't know. Yeah, the wheels offer a lot of resistance, so I have to keep that in mind. Need a linear speed just to know what I'm going for speed here too. Figuring like 65, 70 knots is where we're going to be able to take off. Yeah, a little lance air essentially. Let's try something here. Alright, so I'm not getting enough bite with a 3-1. So one thing I can do is this. Let's do this before we do other stuff. Let's add a blade. That's putting more load, but the ability to do more work on there. I need a linear speed. And you see what speed we're getting up to. Can I put it here? I don't think I can. Nah, it's not gonna like that. Let's go right here. Okay. It's probably looking for 30 and change for us for a speed. We have 30 meters per second. We probably, with a little bit of flap, we could probably take off. Go on, accelerate slowly, but very slowly. There we go. Okay. There we go. I think we're gonna be good. There we go. We're up. Nice. There we go. So that's the setting. That's what we need. Let me go. I can't fly in third person to save my life. I need to go in first person to do it. So roll is way too sensitive. Pitch is not sensitive enough. I stalled us really hard there. Okay. So roll is oversensitive. So let's cut that down. So right off the bat, these should be around 30 anyway. So what did I get up to? 0.25, something like that. So let's start there. On the prop pitch. Which sounds about right. Having to take a bigger bite out of the air and add a blade because the I don't have it geared up that high. Normally I'll do a 9-to-1 gear ratio if I can. Or more. And this is only a 3-to-1, so I have to take a bigger bite. I need more propeller blade. Oh, just behave yourself for 2 seconds to get out. I'm just giving it the beans to try to get out too fast. There we go. And based on what my RPS is, I can... There we go. Should be able to rotate now. Okay. My roll is way too sensitive still. It's one of the reasons why they're inboard and they're not on the outboard is to cut down their effectiveness. So let's see what speed we're getting right now. We're doing about 140 knots, something like that. So that's good. So I can't read my RPS. Let me see. So I need to cut down the rolls. It is still too sensitive. Pitch isn't too bad. Can I do a loop? If I can do a loop, that tells me kind of where my pitch is at. I might be going too slow to do a loop too, so. But definitely I need to slow down the roll. Roll is nuts right now. See if we can get a landing in. I have to do it from first person. I can't operate in third. So that engine's screaming, so I want to do things like add blade pitch here to get that to get that down. So what we do, let's do this. Let's figure out our critical angle of attack on our propeller. Trying to get us in stable flight here. So let's go. That's pretty good. All right, 73. Let's go up to 32. All right, so we're still going up. So I'm waiting until we stop, so we start dropping speed. Because I need to get a little more power out of this. Because it's such a small engine, I need every ounce I can get. That's 160 knots. That's really fast for a plane like this. There's 80, 40, 81. Okay, we're still going up. So I could hear it go, the RPM going down. There's 83. So we're starting to lose a little there. Let's go back to like 43. So 81.9. Okay, we're losing there. Let's go down to 40. There we go. I can hear the engine speeding up. $42. Okay. 43. We're climbing too, which isn't helping my test, but. So I'm thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of like, let's do a 40. Let's see where we're at. It's really not helping when I can't keep straight and level when I'm trying to just do my test here. All right, so what are we at there? 46. Let's try 50. All right, let's go with a setting of 0.5 in that propeller, and let's bring it back. And I need to fix this roll. The roll's nuts. So we'll keep it the same on the gyro. I'll just change on the seats. So we'll do AD 5, and I want AD 5 on this side. All right, and yep, let's do that. And what did I say, 0.5 in the prop. So let's try starting with 0.5 in the prop. trying not to rush to get out of here because it pushes the nose down, which is just making the prop hit on the way out, so... Probably not going to get up to speed. That's probably too much. That's why you want a variable pitch propeller. That's why you want a variable pitch propeller is it allows you to, when you do a fixed pitch propeller, that's like what you'll learn to fly on when you first start. You have to compromise. You have to either have a climb pitch prop or a cruise pitch prop, and so you kind of have to make that compromise. When you have a constant speed propeller, you can do different pitch for takeoff and landing, and then you can do a different one for cruise. So let's see what I'll take off with a 2.5, and I will yeah, so that's what I'll do. This will end up being a constant speed propeller so that I can control it right. So all right, so let's start at 0.25. And so you don't want to take off IRL or really in game with too high of a prop pitch, and the reason is the same reason you don't want to do it in real life is when you take off with too high of a prop pitch, you're overburdening the engine, and so the engine falls. I got to change my pitch sensitivity here. I neutered it too much on the gyro. You're making it so you can't change your... You're making it so you can't change your speed of your engine quick enough, and that will cause you to crash, because if you get slow, you can't add power quick enough because the engine and the propeller are trying to take too big of a bite out of the air. And so it's like if I ask you to quickly start bench pressing at your max bench press, well, if it's your max bench press, you can only go a certain speed and it's slow. If I take some weight off, which is like lowering blades, lowering the pitch of the blades, you can now bench press more quickly. And so that's what's happening is if you come in with too high of a prop setting for takeoff or landing, you cannot make changes quick enough. And so if you get slow, you can't recover fast enough. And so that's why, for example, like when we come into land with a constant speed propeller, we would put the lever all the way forward. That would go to minimal blade pitch. And so this was too light to take off, was 2.5. So let's go to like 35 maybe as a minimum. That's better. There we go. 35 is probably what we want our minimum to be. So roll control is much better now. Cutting that sensitivity down. Pitch is nice. So the auto hover is off on the gyro. I have no auto hover on the gyro, so that's not selected, you know. And so it's behaving itself pretty well now. And then so we want to take off at like a 0.35, then let's go up to a 0.5, which is probably around our best speed. So best speed's the prop setting, which will give you the best speed, the fastest speed. And then beyond that is you get into efficiency. And full prop is your max efficiency. So you're taking the biggest bite you can, which is causing the engine to be overloaded, which means that it's going to slow down, and that's going to burn less fuel. So you see we've lost like, I don't know, 20 knots, but I bet our RPS is, you know, in the gutter, which is good because that means we're not making a lot of heat, and we're not burning a lot of fuel, and because we're not burning a lot of fuel, well, we're economical. And this thing has an enormous amount of fuel. This has like 700 liters of fuel. It doesn't need that much. I'll cut it down, but it's, you know, go a long way. So this is actually pretty good. So we're doing 71 knots at max efficiency. We're doing 80 meters per second. So we're doing 160 knots almost. Yeah, between 150 and 160 knots at, you know, at max efficiency. So that's really, really good. Especially with the air cool, since we're air cooling this. Now, I do have the room probably to liquid cool it, but I'd like to air cool it if I can. So that's working really well. I'm happy with that so far. So we need to get this. So somebody was asking, I forget who it was asking how to do a constant speed propeller. I think it was Muffin. Yeah, a little over square, never hurt anybody. Jimmy's World or Rebuild Rescue, they find old abandoned. Oh, no, I haven't. That's interesting. Is it a YouTube? Yeah, the ferry flights. Like, I've seen the repo men, repo airplanes. Dude, I would not do that. You know, and then, like, all the repo companies, like, giving crap to the pilots. Like, come on, man, we got to go faster. And they're like, no, man, I need to do a pre-trip. All right, so I'm going to trim this tail up a little bit. So I'm going to thin out this tail even more. Maybe not that much. I kind of like it how it was. I'll leave it like it is. It's not bad. Sure, you need a block. Okay. Alright, so let's get this constant speed propeller set up. So, what we want to do here is... That stuff can move for now. So 1 and 2 are usually what I control my props with, so that's going to go down here. Alright, let's set this up. So I want a PID. I forget the number I need. Well, I'll make it here. So what I want to do is... Let's go like this. No, I'll just do this. We want pulses, so I need 1. Do I need pulses? No, I don't. I don't need pulses. All right, let's go up, down, counter. So what we're going to do here is we're going to set this in. Now, I'm going to use some weird wild numbers. This works best because I don't have to, like, if you keep increasing your p-value to get accuracy, you can screw with the D and the I to get it perfect, but it takes a lot of testing and it's a pain in the ass. Or what you can do is use artificially high and low numbers to get right where you want, and then have a p-value that prohibits oscillation. That tends to be what I do. And so what I'm going to do here is increment 0.001. Nah, not that low. 0.1. Enabled. I want to do a minimum of, let's say, -20. A maximum of, I don't know, 40. And so this is going to start to set up my RPS for this. And so you see how I do this. So hook that in there, and then this goes to RPS. All right. So we do another PID up here. And whatever's starting this PID, which is right here, we'll start this PID. I have to look up one of the p-values for this, so this will be p-value prop. Hook that into the p-value of the prop. And then I'm not doing any reverse or anything on this, so we'll go into a function. So that'll be a little bit easier, not doing reverse and nonsense like that. So this will be the prop min. And 0.35 is what we kind of decided. Prop max. Max. Alright, and so we'll set this in, be clamp. X. I don't know if it's going to be a negative X. It usually is, I think. Comma, and then it's going to be Y, comma, Z. Alright, and so that's going to allow me to set those in. And then I had prop somewhere here. Prop right here. Alright. And I need to go look for that p-value to get that set up. So we're going to save this. And then I'll just grab Albatross. So right here, what's my p-value on this? same. No, that's RPS. Where's p-value, dude? Right here. 0.08. So it's a tiny, tiny number because you'll get oscillation. And so if I use realistic RPS numbers, I'll show you what I mean in a minute. So like if I click on this panel and I do where is it? P-value prop 0.08. So with the value so low, it's never going to reach the RPS that I want it to reach. But it prevents any oscillation because the number is so small. And so by essentially, like you'll notice here, I'm doing my test here, and these numbers are artificially high. So that's a negative RPS, which of course we don't want a negative RPS of -20. And it's a positive RPS of 40. We don't want it that high either. But by overshooting and undershooting, and what we're going to do is we're going to put a dial in there. The dial is going to read the prop pitch. Once the prop pitch goes to 1, and I know what this set number is, let's say it's, it is, I don't know, say 30. I know that this now needs to be 30 instead of 40. And then the other one might be -9. I know it's -9 instead of -20, so. Let's see, add a couple nodes. What was this? Okay, that was input, so that was one that I haven't used yet. Okay. Alright, so this is going to be number output. This is going to be the prop value. Alright, so this is our set prop value. And then I actually didn't need the other node, so that's fine. And then I'm going to come in here and I want to find... Where the hell did... Oh, I already had it in here somewhere. That's inconvenient. Here it is right here. No, p-value. Where the hell is it? Here it is right here. Nope, that's not it. Okay, we're looking for a greenie. A green out. Did I make it a green out? Prop value output right here. So it should be a green out. The hell do I lose it? It's not this. This isn't that big. There it is. I've stuck them over here. Okay. Alright, so what we're going to do is this prop value here, we're going to read off that artificially large counter that I put in here. Like that. And so whatever I set it to is going to tell me where I need to be. So we can test some of it on the ground. Alright, so that's coming. That's updating there. And then what is this? That's prop. We're not going to do that anymore. I don't need this throttle. So I need dials. Alright, so one is going to read what the current actual propeller is at, and then what we're telling it we want it to be. So this one is going to be, where is it? Prop goes to prop, and there. And then prop value, wherever the hell that went. Can't find it because of the way the panel's set up here. Sitting on top of gyro. Where the hell is it? Prop. Okay, how the hell did I lose that? Oh, you suck. Let's see. It's prop value, all right. It's on this panel. Yaw, roll, pitch. Prop. There it is. It's hiding. All right, so this is going to be prop, and this is going to be prop set. Okay. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and set in here, and we're going to start it up, and we should be able to get the number for the minimal prop. So start up. Alright, so prop set to 0.35, which makes sense because that's where I set it. The problem, see, is it's going to take a bigger bite. So my number is not enough. So what am I doing here? So I set it to negative. I set it to... I want to set it up. So see, as I set it up, that number's coming down. Alright, so see it? Okay, so... Wish I had brakes on here. Alright, so I'm going to go throttle all the way back, alright? And so, actually can't do throttle all the way back. So let's go throttle full forward here. And I'm going to move that back number until it starts to move this needle. So we're at full. I'm going to start moving this. They're on toggle. That's obnoxious. That's really obnoxious. My seats are set to toggle instead of push, so I have to change them. That ruins the whole test, and I gotta start over again. That's obnoxious. So I want to set this back to... I want to set this forward, so props go all the way forward on takeoff. So my reset value will be this, essentially. So see how, like, I'm keep going, and that's still at 35? So I need to test this on takeoff. So I'm going to go full throttle on takeoff, and I'm going to start to bring this number back until this changes. So watch, as I bring it back, eventually it will start to change. See it starts to change. So I won't really know what it's going to do until I throttle up because it's reading the RPS. So I need to get the RPS maxed. Because when I go to take off, I want this to be at 3.5. And so I need to tune it at full throttle on takeoff. I'm going to bring it back until that drops to 0.36, and I'm going to go back a little, and I know that's right where it needs to be. So probably confusing, but this is the way you can work around it. Alright, so we're going to go full throttle. Alright, and I'm going to start bringing it back until we lose, so. Right there. Take off. I can do it in the air, too. So right here. 21.8 is my number. Alright, so 21.8 is my number. Alright, so I'm going to write that down. 21.8. So 21.8 is my upper limit. That's where I want my prop for takeoff and landing, is 21.8. Okay. Now we need to figure out where we're going to get to 1. So I'm going to try to go straight and level here. Screwy. It's hard to see anything because I'm just flying in clouds now. Alright, so what I'm going to do is start to bring the prop back until it goes to 1. And I'm trying to, like, do this scientifically and not have the plane all over. I should have turned the auto hover on the gyro. That would have been more stable. But so I'm going to start bringing this back until the propeller goes to 1. And I'm going to go a hair past it. So right there. So let's say 3.4. Alright, so 3.4 is my other value. Alright. I want auto hover on this too, so I can, until I get the, so 3.4. So those are our new numbers. So this is actually pretty close. So let's go in here. And so what we want to do here is we want to look in here. And so our bottom number was 3.4. And our top number is going to be 21.8. All right, and then what we want to do is our reset value is 21.8 because that's what's going to, we want that minimal blade pitch for takeoff. All right, and that is set up now. And so this is too big of a number here. I want my prop to move slower. So it'll move 10 times slower there. All right, so this is my constant speed propeller now. So this will automatically adjust the pitch of the blades to maintain the RPS. The engine, the throttle is for power, and the blade pitch is setting the RPS. All right, so we're going to start it up. And the benefits of this is that, you know, I can use the different blade pitches for efficiency and everything else, and I'm not wasting anything. So, for example, the most efficient is going to be at a prop setting of 1, but guess what? I can't take off with a prop setting of 1 because the engine will not be able to turn fast enough to get me off the runway. And so, by using this minimal blade pitch, this is the best pitch for me to get off the runway. And then it's a 1 is my most efficient in the air, and like a 0.55 probably is like my most speed. So now we're all set to take off. I'm going to leave these set. They're set now properly. We take off. We just use our throttle. We don't touch the propeller at all. I didn't turn on auto hover, which is annoying. All right, we take off. We're gonna rotate. Positive rate. All right, good. Now we're at max, so you don't want to stay here at this max for very long. You're just burning fuel, making noise, and heat. So what you do is you start to tap your prop back, and we know 0.5, so let's say 0.55. Let's try 0.55. And so what we would do is we'd actually read the RPS. That would be the RPS is our best speed. That RPS is our best speed because the propeller is actually what's controlling the RPS now of the engine by varying its pitch. So if I were to put my nose down, gravity is going to speed up the engine because it's taking less energy, and the propeller is going to increase its pitch to slow the engine back down. If I climb, I'm going to slow down, and so the blade pitch is going to decrease to help me climb and maintain that RPS of my engine. So see, watch it, see it automatically change in the prop? It's automatically changing the prop to maintain the engine RPM that I want. And that's the whole point of a constant speed propeller. Still have way too much sensitivity going on here in my roll. I need to limit it probably at the gyro a little bit. But you can see that, so, and then let's say I want to go, okay, so we're probably doing our best speed. What are we at? Yep, so we're doing 84 meters per second, so we're doing about 160 knots. And then if I start bringing the propeller back all the way, so we'll bring the prop back even more. You notice as I bring the prop back, it is increasing the blade pitch, which is becoming more and more efficiency. We're going to We're going to lose speed, but we're probably going to like lose 30% of our speed, but we're going to lose 70% of our RPS. So we're losing a ton of fuel burn, a ton of heat, a ton of wear and tear, a ton of noise for a very minimal loss in speed comparatively. So we're now down to, we've lost 12 knots. We've lost 12 knots, but you can hear how quiet the engine is. So this thing is super efficient now. This is the best efficiency prop setting. And so this is going to be super efficient and sip fuel. And we really didn't lose all that much speed, so kind of nice. Let's do a little roly-poly there. All right, so I need to fix this roll on this. Let's see if Monk is Tarkoffing tonight. All right, so that is how you do a constant speed propeller. So I'll tell you, again, I'll go over why I do this. Now, these numbers are actually pretty close. In certain builds, they're going to be pretty divergent. And so, again, what I'm doing is I'm essentially setting up a second PID to control the RPS, but it's doing it with the prop. And so I'm telling the engine what I'd like to achieve for power, which it's still doing, but now this is controlling that. And so what I'm doing is I'm setting a minimum of 3.4, a maximum of 21.8. And that's reasonably close to this, but the difference is because this p-value is so small, it's never going to reach these values. And so these are overshoots and undershoots. And instead of me having to play with D values and I values all day long and try to get this tuned perfectly, and not have any oscillation, and go and do a test, and I get an oscillation, and it oscillates like crazy, and it doesn't work for me, and I pull my hair out, I do an overshoot, undershoot, and I use a very small p-value, and what it does is this will not overshoot and oscillate. And so I say, hey, I want 21.8. Well, guess what? It might only be able to give me 15, but that's where functionally I need to be. So this operates functionally, and these numbers are actually overshooting or undershooting where you really want to be. So, for example, like you see that's a 3.4, right? If this is like around a 6, it's never going to be able to reach 3.4 because the p-value is not big enough to get it that low. But the, it will stay nice and stable. So, hope that makes some sort of sense. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. We don't need any of those three. All right, so that's working really well. Let's update this. I want to get this flying a little bit better here. So I want to go into the PID, the gyro rather, and roll is obnoxious. Let's go down to 10%. Okay, and then I'm going to do this really quick. My trigger on my seat is going to just do auto hover, and I want to see how that behaves. I almost never use that, but because this is going to have no autopilot, you know, you used to have wing levelers on planes where it would just like keep the plane level, and that's kind of what I'm using that for. So, for example, let's say I want to. So I'll tell you how you work the throttle when you have a complex aircraft. So right now the prop is set. We're controlling everything with throttle. All right, so we're going max thrust. I'm going to start putting some back pressure in. We're going to rotate. And that's with no flaps. So roll is better. It's still not perfect, but it's better. I'm going to press the trigger. I don't know if it did anything. I don't know if it did anything, but I can't tell the difference. Okay, so so what we do now is say we wanted to land. Okay, so our prop when we land is set full forward. It's set full forward for takeoff and landing. Okay, and so that is our default set is around 0.35. Okay, now if I want to slow down, I use my throttle. If I want to speed up, I use my throttle. Okay. Next, let's set our prop to max speed. So we're going to take our prop back, and we start reducing our prop until we get to, you know, above 0.55. Now, we don't look at the prop setting. What we look is the RPM. And so we'd set the RPM value. So eventually, I'll be able to read the RPM, and that's what I know my max speed RPM is. And that's giving us our best speed. Now, let's say I want to slow down at this setting. I use my throttle. Slow down, speed up. Slow down, speed up with the throttle. All right, now I bring my prop all the way back, and it's going to bring the prop pitch up to a 1. That's our best, that's our max efficiency. Roll really needs some work. It's still bugging me. I might have to use the sensitivity on the actual control surface as well. All right, so now we're at max efficiency. So we're at the best, we could actually go a little bit lower than where we were. So probably like a 0.3 would be fine. All right, so now we're at max efficiency. Okay, let's say we want to slow down. What do? We decrease the throttle. So you set the, you know, you set your prop and then you control the power with your throttle. You know, and they call it complex aircraft for a reason because that's more complex. So now we would never in a million years want to land in this configuration. This is taking the biggest bite out of the air. It is the slowest. It is the slowest way for us to change speed. So let's watch our speed. I'm gonna go full throttle. All right, we're full throttle. All right, now let's look at our speed gauge. We're going 7.8. All right, I'm gonna tell you when I press the down arrow and see how quickly we change speed. Now. See how slow that change of speed? Now I'm going to push it all the way up. So say we just stall going into the runway. All right, you see how slow that change of speed. Now let's bring our prop forward to our takeoff and landing prop configuration. This roll is driving me nuts. I got to fix it. This is too slow now. I got to go up to like 0.5 or something. I did it so it's a tenth as fast on the prop. I need it faster than that. All right, so because I'm still pushing the prop up, okay, and so what it's doing is unburdening the engine by making the blade pitch thinner. It's pushing less air. So now we're up to, as you notice, we have that 7.3. Okay, I'm going to tell you when I bring the throttle back. All right, 1, 2, 3. Now, see how quickly I can change speed? Okay. Oh my God, we're stalling on landing. Full throttle. See how we can more quickly bring in speed? And so that's the whole reason you do that on takeoff and landing, is you can more quickly change your speed. So if you started to stall, you can jam your throttle in And because it's taken a small bite of the air, it's less resistance. It can easily speed the engine up and get you that little bit of kick you need to not stall and crash. That's been going pretty good. I'm starting to get tired here. I might take a break here in a second. But did a couple things. Worked on the amphibious truck and this little airplane and trike. So let's double check something, guys. Let's look at vehicle damage is on now. Engine overheating is on. Yep. So we're over temping. That's fine. We're gonna probably have to go to a liquid cooling system because I'm figuring this is just, there's no way in hell we're gonna be able to air cool this. So that's fine. We actually have space for it. We have so much fuel in this. We have more fuel than I'd like. So I'll take out some fuel. I'll do that really quick, and then I'm going to jump off, and I might come back on with Tarkov if Monk wants to play Tarkov. We'll see. All right, so this cooling system is just not going to work for me. I figured it was it was unlikely that was going to work, but it was worth a try. All right, that's my... Okay, this one here is nothing right now, so that's fine. All right, so what I want to do here is take, this is nothing, so this can be deleted. That panel is just, it was a placeholder. And I have more than enough fuel that I need, so we're going to go like that. Actually, we're going to go one more back. We might as well. All right. And then this is, what are you? You, okay, that's covering something. That has to be there. Okay. So I'm just trying to see where the radiator would be, and I figure out how the heck I'm going to do this. Okay, I have an idea. That's not going to work either. Nice. That won't work right there. I need a radiator in here. It's gonna be tough to get out. You know what? We'll do an exposed radiator. That'll just, I think it'll look fine, and it will be easy peasy. Yeah, we'll do an exposed external radiator. I think that will look good, and it will be easy. Yeah, it'll be kind of almost fitting for a build like this, so that will be fine. Yeah, we just need more cooling in this, essentially. This, because it's a small motor, it has to run at a high RPS, so it's gonna be overstressed, and it's gonna need it. So it's not a big deal. And then we will go like that. Alright. So I'll have a little exposed radiator like that. That'll be good. I like that. I think that looks good. Can I actually get it? I can't recess it because I need the panel there for the fuel flow. So that will be better. Alright guys, so I think I'm going to take a break there. I might be on later with Tarkov. I may not be. I'm kind of feeling tired. So thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you guys. Let me make sure I checked everybody's comments here. Again, thank you there, Aiden. Yeah, airplane repo is interesting. Sorry, Bison, I'm jumping off right now, but thank you all for joining. I will see you guys later. Thanks for watching.